Hey, Mark.
Hi, Phil. Hi, Levi.
Hello, hello.
Hey, Levi.
Hello.
Hi, Ami. Hi, Raul.
Yeah, me, Raul.
Hello. Shabbat shalom, everyone.
You know what? I just now joined, and I just now got the notice that you were live. See, I joined without being. And there's Bill, of course.
And
They
last night,
they
Phyllis.
must have a secret weapon, Phyllis.
Yeah, that last night, Phyllis, I just was Bashem, and I was typing Yahuwah, and you guys came in front of me. Because that one night I put Baruch, and that was it.
Well, you have to give a little credit to your elders. Give them a little edge.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be back.
All right. It's hard for me to blow our shofar, man. I don't know. That's good. Is it Luke 8 today?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Bird's trying to get up here. Yeah, Casper. Casper. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, girl. Good morning. Good morning, Casper. Good morning.
Hey.
Your little son, Casper.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Yami was here earlier, and now she's gone.
How are you? Girl? Hi. Yeah, how you doing?
There.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi. How are you? Get you some water.
I just might be gone more than I'm here today, so don't worry about me. I'm not doing too good.
Hang in there, sister. Yahusha is with you all the way.
Thank you. Yes.
Did you make it through last night, Phyllis?
No, I fell asleep and then I woke up and so Adam Lou was still watching and I asked him, did he watch it all the way to the end? He said, "Yep, I did."
Yeah,
You quit early.
Yeah, I tried to shorten it up because I knew you were watching. I didn't want to make you try to stay up too much longer than it would need. So I shortened it up.
That was really sweet. I've been re-listening to it today, so I gotta watch that one again. That was a good one.
Yeah, good stuff, Mark. I enjoyed it last night.
Yammy, your hair's getting so long. It's beautiful.
Thank you. Yes, it is.
Is it hard to deal with it?
No, I don't do anything to it.
Well, I can't beat that.
So how are you feeling? How are you feeling?
Right
today?
now it changes. So, but right now I'm just very, very nauseous and weak. And I wake up in the morning with lots of pain and I feel like I can't move. But then after I move through the day, I get better.
Okay. When is your next one?
The third day of the week, the day that they would call Tuesday.
Okay.
It's going to be every week at that day.
So it's from the treatment, Phyllis, the bad feelings.
Yeah, the chemotherapy. It's a toxin. It my hair's already fallen out.
Well, I'll definitely be keeping you in my thoughts today and thereafter.
Thank you.
Shabbat shalom.
What's going on with you and Ike, Sharon?
Phyllis, check out NAC, NAC.
Oh, I have.
Okay.
I've taken that before, yes. But you know what? I am on so many different things, and I've been warned not to take any supplements without referring to my doctor, because some supplements can actually block the work of the chemotherapy, and I don't want to do that. I want to just get this done with. But it didn't do much to help me before the last time I took it.
Were you taking high doses?
Of the NAC?
Yes.
No, I wasn't taking high doses.
Well, just check into it in higher doses than what they're just telling you on the bottom. Dr. Peter Osborne has a lot of information on that. But anyway, that's just something I just research all kinds of stuff. So anyway.
I've been researching cancer and cancer treatments and preventions for 30 years, and look what it's done to me. I've done everything I could think of. It's just, the plans of mice and men. Yahuwah's got his own plans.
Yep.
Yeah, wherever we walk, we have a witness to others. Yeah. So sometimes we're in the situations we're in because he wants us to speak out to those he brings in our presence. Yeah, it's fun. I mean, yet it's not fun sometimes for us because of going into these hospitals or whatever, trying to wake them up.
Phyllis, do you have a timetable as far as how long this treatment's supposed to last? Or
she said 10 to 12 weeks, which isn't very long. Last time I had chemotherapy, it was 18 months. So I should be able to do 10 to 12 weeks, huh?
Yeah, exactly. That sounds minuscule compared to what you did before.
Yeah. My memory's so bad. Anybody want to talk about something that stood out in Mark's teachings last night to kind of jog my memory?
The 7 reasons that Yahusha came in the flesh.
The 7 reasons. And it seemed to me like a lot of when he went from one reason to the next, because my mind's so foggy, I thought, well, that's the same reason he gave before. So I kept losing track. Yeah, hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. What did you get out of the 7
Shabbat
reasons
shalom. Shabbat
last night,
shalom.
Ted? Shabbat shalom. What did you get out of the 7 reasons last night, Ted?
Oh man, my memory's kind of foggy this morning too, but I
That's
know
what
that I know that what most of them were. I mean, that he came to esteem Yahuwah, and that he came to shed his blood, and that he came to carry our sins. Boy, that's only 3.
Go ahead, I.
Oh, he came to make be the high priest. That was the 7th one.
to be the high priest.
Yeah, to secure himself as our high priest forever.
Are we unmuted?
Go ahead.
Oh.
Does he have to? It was one of them that he had to be the wave sheaf offering.
Go ahead.
You know, I don't know if this is one of the 7, but the one I like is where he had to die in order to remarry us, to bring us back home. You know?
Good point. Very good point.
One of them was to fulfill the Torah.
That makes 4.
To break the curse.
To break the curse.
What was the one that I just said earlier, and you said it wasn't one of them? I'm not going to talk much today, folks, okay?
To be the wave sheath offering.
The wave sheaf offering, I think that was something pretty important. He couldn't be the wave sheaf offering if he didn't come down and then go back up.
I don't know if they said this one already, but to reveal the Father.
That's a good one too. Yeah. No, we hadn't said that one.
Yami and I this morning went back and reheard the last 15 minutes of the teaching, because we thought it was very important last night.
It was. Oh, hi, Kate.
Shabbat shalom, all.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Phyllis, you are in my prayers day and night.
Thank you, Kate. That's sweet. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the prayers from all the people. Yeah, we could. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's excellent, Rose. Thank you, Sister Rose. That is so wonderful. She's good, isn't she? Why don't you, Sister Rose, why don't you come join us? Well, Sister Rose, you look for the link in the chat that Mark puts there, and it's for live stream. I think no, StreamYard. Yeah, it's a link for StreamYard, and you touch that and then follow the instructions. If you have a camera, and you have to allow your camera and microphone to hook up. That's good. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's a good one. Yeah.
I haven't seen this one mentioned yet, but maybe I missed it while I was backstage or something, but it had to be human blood that got shed. Animal blood was inferior and could no longer do the proper act of forgiveness.
That was definitely a major point. Okay, thank you.
Now keep in mind that it couldn't be common blood. It had to be above human blood. It couldn't be common. And that's why the Ruach HaKodesh was the only one that could do it. He had to shed his blood. Even though he was in the form of a human, his blood remained immortal. It was above the common human blood. It was human blood, but not common human blood. And Scripture warns us not to call the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh common. You get in big trouble for doing that. And keep in mind here, these seven were the seven main reasons why Yahusha had to come in the flesh. Not that why he came in the flesh, because there's a lot of reasons, as you all are expressing, but these are the reasons he had to, because only a human could fulfill the requirements of the law to satisfy Yahuwah's righteousness. Big difference. So keep that in mind.
What about dying so that he could remarry us? Does that fit in like what Kate said, or how does that fit in?
Well, I would say that fits into one of the reasons why he came, but maybe not a reason why he had to do it that way. So I'm saying he could, Yahuwah can do whatever he wants, right? So he could have chose to do many things differently, but he chose to do it the way he chose because that was his will to do it in these particular ways, right? And so that was a reason why he did what he did, but he didn't have to do it that way. These reasons there was no other way. He had to do it in human form. There was no other way. He had to do it. He had to come as a human in the flesh to fulfill those main reasons, to fulfill the law. There was no other way. Nothing else could satisfy Yahuwah's righteousness and his right rulings. See, so there's a difference there. It's not really, maybe it's not real clearly defined, but we can understand that only a human could fulfill these certain requirements. Okay, it couldn't, nothing else could do it because of these seven main reasons. So that's kind of like the main point of what I was trying to express last night. If y'all can pick up what I'm laying down.
I love it when you say Mark.
Ike's point was that to remarry, that all seven of those would
have to be
completed. Yeah.
Not saying that being remarried is the most important one. Mm-mm. I'm just saying they all have to be done. Had to be done.
Sister Phyllis, if Mom was to send you something to your Louisville, Kentucky P.O. box for Torah Zone, would it get in your hands anyway? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought my mic was on. I'm sorry. Yes, it goes to our pop. It's just me and Lou pick up the mail.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So when we say that Yahusha's blood is far superior to human blood, like Lou here on the bottom of the screen, what is the difference between the two bloods? Exactly.
Well,
His was the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh.
Right. So
right, but in a physical sense, what's the difference?
Most importantly, it's immortal. Yahusha's blood gives us immortality. It's everlasting. Human blood is mortal. It's temporal. That's the biggest thing. But other than that, it's higher than our blood. Just like our blood is higher than animal blood. So if you put animal blood there in a cup and human blood in a cup, and you look at it, you're not going to see any difference. But the human blood is higher than the animal blood because that's just the way Yahuwah made it. And so therefore the Ruach HaKodesh's blood is much higher than human blood. And so it couldn't be common human blood, the blood of a man. If it could, then all these infant baby sacrifices, children sacrifices, all these virgin sacrifices, all these different blood sacrifices they were doing would have cleaned us a long time ago. Right? But it didn't. It just made us a bigger sinner. Why? Because it's just common human blood. There's no power in it. There's no immortality in it. There's nothing there. It's not perfect. It's full of sin. Okay? So there's another big reason is Yahusha's blood had no sin. It was pure perfection, absolution, whereas human blood is contaminated with a disease called sin. And that's why one human blood could not save or deliver or clean another human, because all human blood's contaminated with a disease called sin. So there's a huge difference is the Yahusha's blood had no sin. It was perfection, absolution, very clean. It was higher than human blood, and it was immortal blood. You see, big difference, Josh.
It also showed where you had to have a male and female chromosomes, where Yahusha's did not have that. And so they showed you his superiority with one blood, one purity, no mother and father is in that blood.
I'd have to kind of agree with that. There was only one chromosome in Yahuwah's blood. I'll go along with what you're saying there for sure. But that takes us into the Immaculate Conception. It takes us into whether or not there was sperm mixed with an egg in Miriam. And if so, then there would have been 23 or whatever it is, female chromosomes, 26 and then 26 for the male and all that within Yahusha, which would mean that his blood would not be absolute. It wouldn't be perfect, wouldn't be clean, because all human blood, including Miriam, because the Immaculate Conception is just a farce, made up Mary worship stuff. There would be sin. The sin would contaminate even Miriam's blood, which had been transferred over into Yahusha's blood. See, so how do you mix imperfection with how do you get perfection from imperfection? You cannot. It's impossible. So that tells us right there that Yahusha was sent. He sent him into the womb of Mary, and he was transformed into flesh and then came out from her loins. There was no contamination mixed between his blood, the Ruach HaKodesh's blood, and the blood of a human. It didn't mix. Okay, but that Immaculate Conception stuff, that's just straight up Mary worship. Just like all that stuff, and I didn't want to say it before, but I'm going to say it to you now because you've matured a little bit beyond that. I think that this story of Miriam going into the temple and cleaning the temple and making curtains and all that, that comes straight from the book of Mary worship. It's not scriptural. Be very careful with Mary worship. It's Catholicism at its best. And believe it or not, even the Muslims worship Mary. They also do the Hail Marys and work the beads. And we won't go off on that tangent, but we've talked about that before.
Yeah, according to 1 John 3, I guess 9:10, it's one seed and it's born from above, and that's the Ruach HaKodesh.
Right, he's a seed, not seed, but he's a seed. But the seed of the Father isn't human sperm, like the Catholics try to say it is. Okay, when he overshadowed her, he didn't ejaculate off in her. Okay, it was some kind of semen. His seed is the Ruach HaKodesh. So he implanted the Ruach, the seed of Yahuwah, the Ruach HaKodesh in her womb and transformed into flesh. Otherwise, you'd have a mix of blood. You'd have an imperfection. And we know that ain't happening or never happened. Common sense.
So that makes sense why, newborn children aren't like 100% pure, is because they're being supplied the blood of their parents, which is contaminated with sin, which then is passed down to them from birth.
Yes. Yeah, and that's another tangent, I personally believe we're born in sin the second we come out of our mother's womb because of that reason. A lot of people say, oh, yeah, kids are innocent, they're sinless until they reach the age of 10 or 12, whatever age they want to slap on their ideology. I don't believe that, because the reason I don't believe that's because children die. The reason we die is because we're sinners. That's why we have to die. If children weren't sinners, they would not have to. They wouldn't die until they understood what sin was, in my opinion. And they say, no, it's not that they, it's not that they don't understand what sin is, so they can't be held responsible for it. Well, I'm sorry, but as one man sinned, we all have sinned. Scripture's pretty clear with that. How Yahuwah is going to judge them, I have no idea. That may be true in that aspect, because Yahuwah can do whatever Yahuwah wants, right? So he can favor. Look, it doesn't matter what age somebody dies. Die in the womb, they die at birth, they can live to 120. It doesn't really matter now, does it? Because Yahuwah has wrote your name in the book, the Lamb's Book of Life, before the foundation of the earth. So he already knows who's going to be with him, right? So age is irrelevant as far as your eternal destination.
Well, what about those? Just questioned. I'm trying to find some scripture in my head or my heart that these children that are being taken before, abortion or whatever, they are they just born to be, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out, well, why would you think that? I know they're born into sin, but when do they And when did they realize that they have an opportunity to say that I don't want that? I don't want anything to do with that sin. I want to know Yahusha. So you're saying there's not an adult mental age or mature age for that. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that at all.
No.
Okay, so the babies that are, you're saying go ahead.
I didn't say anything like that. Don't put words in my mouth. You're trying to twist words. I didn't say anything like that.
No, Mark, she wasn't trying to twist you. She just misunderstood you.
Because you said they're born and there's not a certain age that they're sinners already. Yes.
Let me just say something. Sharon, I believe what he was saying is babies are born in sin because man's blood is sin.
Yes.
So now when a baby comes out, I don't believe it has any knowledge of sin, but it's still sin.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, you can witness it. As a child develops, you can see them start doing things they shouldn't be doing. And even when they start interacting with each other, they punch each other, they pull each other's hair, they take each other's toys. You can see sin activating as they develop, getting older and older. And so then even kids even learn to lie at a very early age. And most of the time it's because their parents have taught them to lie. But there is perhaps an age is through the development of humanity, a child, that they begin to understand right from wrong. So which would be sin, maybe not realizing it's sin, but they surely know right from wrong at a certain age. And so therefore, then now they're understanding that they should, repel the wrong and not do things that are wrong and do things that are morally right. And they start getting that. And then they get to another certain age where they start realizing what sin really is. And that's the lawlessness, the things that you're not allowed to do. And if you do it, there's consequences for that. There's some type of penalty to be paid. But that's not what I'm talking about at all. What I'm saying is, such as in Revelations 13:8. It says, you go to Revelation 13:8. And all those dwelling on the earths whose names have not been written in the book of life of the slain Lamb from the foundation of the world shall worship the beast. You see that? So your name's been written in that book of life. If you're going to be delivered, you're already written in there already before you even create anything. So if a child dies in the womb or at birth or 5 or whatever, or you live to be 120, if you're in the Lamb's book of life, you've been written in there. He already knows he's going to deliver you. So the age of the death becomes irrelevant. That's what I'm saying. And maybe people say, well, if they're born with sin and they haven't been water immersed, how are they going to be delivered? Because it's Yahuwah. Yahuwah can do whatever Yahuwah wants to do. You don't get to tell Yahuwah what to do. Yahuwah chooses who he wants. And he wrote their names in the books. If a little child dies at birth and his name has been written in the Lamb's book of life before you will create anything, you're going to see that little baby in eternal reign. Regardless what you think should happen, it's written. It's clear. Is that making more sense now?
It's all good, Mark. Thank you.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
Do you think that all the babies, like ones who are, I lost a child my first one, before it was born. Do you think all babies will have been chosen already, or do you think he said you, not you, you, not you? I'm just kind of, and like Sharon said, I think Sharon was trying to ask this question: will they get a chance, say at the white throne judgment or something? Will they get a chance to choose right from wrong?
Yeah, there's no second chances at the white throne judgment. Everybody will be shut their mouths. Everybody will be silent. They will know that there will be no excuse. There will be no cross examinations. There will be no evidence being presented. Yahuwah has already determined who he's going to deliver and who he isn't. He knows who the sheep and the goats are. He's just going to separate them at the white throne. No second chances. He's already knows. Okay, so they're not going to have attorney there. Your judgment is sealed at that point. Everybody's going to know either they deserve life or they deserve death. They're going to know it, and everybody's just going to stand there and be silent. In the parable of the parable of the wedding feast, you remember when he saw a man, he says, "How did you get in here without a wedding garment?" And the man just remained totally silent. He said nothing. And then he said, "Take him, bind him up hand and foot, and throw him into the outer darkness where they're going to be weeping and gnashing of the teeth." That man said nothing. And that's what's going to happen at judgment, in my opinion. Now, for your other question, and this is a very tender question and subject, because I also lost a child, that I believe Yahuwah can favor whomever he favors and have compassion on whoever he has compassion. And so I think that Yahuwah knows if that child would have lived, what would have happened in his life if he would have lived a full life, and perhaps he judges that way. Or perhaps Yahuwah allowed that child to die at a young age so that he could deliver him before he was, taken by Satan. So that could be a good possibility as well. We don't know the mind of Yahuwah, but we can apply some common sense to these type questions and situations.
What comes to mind is that because of the parents' righteousness.
Yeah. That's good, Phyllis. That's real good. Go ahead, Ted.
I was just going to say the same thing. Wouldn't we have to consider that the children might be covered because of the parents have the righteousness of Yahuwah in them?
Yeah, that's good stuff right there. Go ahead, Ike.
Mark, I just want to say that Sharon and I would never say anything to try to put anything in your mouth or make it seem like you said something else. Mm-hmm. We're here to learn, and if we mess up like that, it's because of our ignorance or we're trying to figure it out, but we would never intentionally do that to anybody, okay? Just to let you know.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, Ike. Thank you so much. I could sometimes get a little touchy because you have me quite a bit, I say something, then all of a sudden I'll turn around, somebody be saying, "Did you hear Mark say this?" And I say, "Man, where are they getting that from? I never said that." I mean, Phyllis, you can witness to that. You've seen that happen a lot of times right here on this show. But I say it happens all the time. I'm saying, well, man, what the heck, man? I didn't say anything like that. So maybe I was a little bit touchy, and I apologize for that. No ill feelings and nothing meant by it.
It's all good.
And I took no offense because
okay, cool.
Whatever the spirit is, it's something saying, and that might be something that somebody needs to hear, not just me. But the other thing is, when you were talking about the great white throne, that's judgment. But what about the 7,000 year reign. Well, they come. I was always thinking, this is my thought, just always thinking that those babies will have the opportunity, okay, at the 7,000 year reign. What do you have on that?
Well, you pretty much answered it.
The 7,000 year reign, I'm guessing you're talking about the millennium reign. Flesh and blood will still exist in the millennium reign. The world will be repopulated as we live on the restored earth during that 1,000-year millennium, seventh millennium reign. And then after that's the judgment. What I'm trying to say is that the white throne judgment is not going to be like you go into a courtroom and there's a prosecutor and a defense attorney and you're sitting there defending yourself and presenting your case to Yahuwah, and then he judges. Yeah, ain't happening. Okay, you've already been judged. Everybody that's going to be delivered is in either the Lamb's book of life, and your name has been inscribed in that book before the foundations of the earth, or you will be in the book of remembrance, and perhaps both. I think the ones that are in both, the book of remembrance is the bride. But I'm not positive on that, but that's what I believe at this point in my walk. Everybody know about the book of remembrance?
Please refresh that, Mark.
Okay, that's in Malachi. Let's go to Malachi. So it's in Malachi chapter 3, which is on page 913. And I love this verse, this passage. Probably should start. Let's start at verse 15 and read it to the end. And now we are calling the proud blessed. Not only are the doers of wrongness built up, but they also test Elohim and escape. That means he hasn't judged anyone yet. Then shall those who fear Yahuwah speak to one another. That's like us right now. And Yahuwah listen and hear. And a book of remembrance be written before him of those who fear Yahuwah and those who think upon his name. And they shall be mine, said Yahuwah Zaboeth, on the yom that I prepare a treasured possession, and I shall spare them as a man spares his own son who serves him. Now listen to this. This is really mind-blowing. Then you shall again see the difference between the righteous and the wrong, between one who serves Elohim and one who does not serve him. So what's the difference between the righteous and the wrong? Phyllis?
So,
The one who serves Elohim and the one who doesn't.
Yeah, those who fear him and speak, and those who think upon his name are righteous. Those who have no fear of him and don't think upon his name, perhaps calls him by other names, are wrong. And he's going to let people, everybody's going to see that and understand that. It's very powerful stuff right here.
thank you.
You'll be a treasured possession. See what I'm saying? So I think this book of remembrance is the bride. I really do. But common sense says if you're in the book of remembrance, you're also written in the Lamb's book of life as well, before the foundations of the earth. But this book of remembrance, I don't think you are. I think you get put in that as you begin to fear Yahuwah and think upon his name. you get put into this book. It's maybe already pre-written, since Yahuwah knows everything. But I'm just saying, it seems to be a little bit of a difference here. See what I'm saying?
And that fear is tied to repentance.
Correct? Yeah, and obedience.
Right. Same. Yeah.
So if you fear Yahuwah, you're going to obey him because you know him, you know what he can do, who he is, right? He can destroy both body and being in Gehenna, and you fear him, okay, which is non-existence. And on the other hand, the people that say they know him, but they have no fear of him because their actions show otherwise, because they're disobedient, means they don't believe in him. They can't believe in him if they don't obey him, because if they believed in him, they would fear him and they would obey him. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's where they come up with the God is love, and it has nothing to do with fear and all this kind of stuff. And I just can't wrap my mind around that at all. So
no, because they're
but they fear all these temporal things.
Right.
It's just like, they fear a spider more than they fear him. It's just hilarious.
Right. So their disobedience proves that they don't believe in him. Their mouth you can do all the lip service they want, telling you how much they believe in him and all this, and they know him and all this. But if they're disobedient, their actions prove otherwise. Their actions are saying, no, you don't. You do not believe in Yahuwah. Because if you did, you would fear him. And if you feared him, truly feared him, you would obey him. And you surely wouldn't be calling him by another's name. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get started today now. Let's go back to Luke. We're on Luke 8. Luke 8's a very interesting chapter. It goes through quite a bit of different conversations and events within the single chapter. So kind of keep an eye peeled for that and see when the conversation or the topic changes. One ends and a new one begins, because it happens quite frequently through this chapter, same as it did last week in chapter 7. Okay. Who would like to read chapter 8?
I got it. Phyllis will come in at around verse 26. And the bird's quite active today, so it'll be more of a nature type of reading.
That's cool. It's just like we're out in the jungle or something,
Yes, exactly. Luke chapter 8, verse 1. And it came to be afterward that he went through every city and village, proclaiming and bringing the Basora of the reign of Yahuwah.
Hang on a minute.
Okay.
So what is it? What do you guys think that means? He went through every city and village, proclaiming and bringing the Basora of the reign of Yahuwah, and the 12 were with him. What is that telling us right there in general? Go ahead, Raul.
Maybe that he was teaching the 12 how to spread the Basora.
Yeah, it was being an example to him for sure. But I mean, what is in general? What is this? What should we be understanding, or what's the big picture here? Go ahead, Ted.
If you're asking, I didn't quite understand your question, but if you're asking, what is this Basora that he's bringing? It's repent, for the reign of Yahuwah draws near.
No, what I'm asking is, it says he went through every city and village, proclaiming and bringing the Basora of the reign of Yahuwah. So what do we know from that statement right there?
That all could hear the good news, but not all would. I'm reading to this a little bit, but not all would receive it.
Okay. So basically, the cat's out of the bag, man. Right? There's no hiding who he is now. He's going through every village and every city. Everybody knows about him. There's no secret, don't tell anybody stuff, right? Is that not a fair statement?
Yeah, so his time is drawing closer.
It's
Because
getting
before,
closer.
when he did all the miracles, he told, or not all, but several of the miracles, he told them to tell no one.
Right. Okay, so his time's getting closer and closer now because everybody knows. But what really gets strange is when we get to the end of this chapter, he goes back into telling people not to say what happened, not to go tell anybody, which kind of is weird to me. But we'll get into that later. So let's go ahead and continue on then, Phil.
Verse 2, and certain women who were healed of wicked ruachs and sickness, Miriam, called from Magdala, out of the whom came 7 demons, and Euchanan, the Asha, a Cuza, manager of Herod, and Shoshana, and many others who provided for him their resources. And when the large...
what does that mean? What does that mean? No, go ahead, Raul.
They supported his I had the word and it slipped me, but they supported him with money and whatever he needed to keep his teachings going.
Okay,
they supported his ministry is what I wanted to say. They supported his ministry.
Okay, so this group of women is supporting him in every way. I mean, they're his sole income, his soul, they're sustaining him, providing for him fully. These women,
I guess, both financially and spiritually.
Spiritually?
Well, helping him spread the word, and I know that there was one that would bring him information from Yehukanan. Even though he didn't need that because he knew everything, but they supported him, and I guess basically financially, maybe cooking, supplying the food, doing everything that a ministry needs support with.
Joshua?
I'm sorry, I don't want to take away from your original question, so I'll go ahead and let this, whatever you're trying to say first, before I get into what I was going to ask.
Oh no, it's okay. Raul answered that question fairly well.
Okay, yeah, no, I was just going to say that Marion from Magdala, out of whom had come 7 demons. Do you have an idea of how many demons can infest a person? I mean, if that's the word to use.
How many people, how many soldiers are in a Roman legion?
$10,000.
10,000?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah, I think a Roman legion back then, it may be true today, I don't know, but back then was probably typically consisted of around 5,000. Okay, 4,800 to 6,000 ish. Okay, just say 5,000. Okay, that's how many demons can possess one person, because we have an example of that in Scripture. Matter of fact, it's right here in this chapter, and we're going to get into it later on.
So if there's 7 demons in her, I mean, how is it that there's just 7 and not 5,000? I mean, if there's 7, how come there's not 5,000? You know, like, did these 7 just sneak their way in through certain sins? Or, I mean, and there may not be an answer for this. I just wanted to curious as to your thoughts.
Yeah, I don't really know how to answer that, man. I don't know. You know, I don't know why she had 7 and not 10. You know what I'm saying? All we really know is she had 7. Scripture really doesn't say. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Well, if the demon, if you chase the demon out and you don't replace with the Ruach, then the demon will come back and the person's condition will be 7 times worse than it was before. That might be how they got 7.
That could be. She had one demon and she got rid of it and straightened, cleaned her house up a little bit. And then she went back to being a sinner again. And then 7 came in and possessed her. I mean, that could be, but it doesn't say that. Again, that would be speculation on our part. But there is scripture backing that up, you know, but it just doesn't say that she had a demon and got cleaned up and then went back to sinning again. And then it became 7 times as bad. It doesn't tell us that, but we could use that logically because it is scriptural, you know, but we just don't have that example of that's what happened to her. So I just don't think we can say why she had 7 rather than 10 or 100 or 5,000. You know, it doesn't tell us why. It just says she had 7 demons. So again, like a little child, we just merely need to hear it and believe that because it's written. That's what's written. Sometimes we try to
I can totally accept.
Go ahead, Josh.
I was going to say I can totally accept that. Yeah, definitely. I just think it's interesting that Scripture always talks about demons like matter of factly, you know, like, and like yet it's rarely ever talked about. You know what I mean, and how real it is. But you know, all right, that's
so it's like sometimes in Scripture these numbers do mean something other than what it's saying. So like when we get into this deeper into the legion, the man that was name was Legion, the demons were Legion because they were many. They weren't really numbered at 5,000 because they may have been. It really doesn't say, but it does tell us that there were 2,000 pigs. And Mark tells us that. And so these demons asked to go into these pigs, and Yahusha allowed it. And so there was either 2,000 demons in him, and those 2,000 demons went into each one of them pigs, 2,000 pigs, or there was a legion in there, 5,000, and they went into the pigs and shared some of the pigs. You know, like in other words, like 2 or 3 went into or 5 went into this pig, and 1 into that, and 4 or 5 into that. You see what I mean? And they possessed those 2,000 pigs that way by multiplying the possession of a single pig. We don't really know because Scripture don't tell us all that. You know what I'm saying? But that 2,000 pigs does have a meaning. Okay, there is a secret prophecy there in that herd of 2,000 pigs in Mark, and we're going to get into that here later. Okay, but right now, let's just say that sometimes we, us humans, we like to overreach, and we like to think farther beyond the boundary or the simple example that we're given and try to outthink ourselves, So we don't want to do that either. We sometimes we do, but sometimes we don't. We just want to believe like a little child, and don't take it any further because we can get ourselves in trouble by doing that. All right. Any more thoughts, comments, or questions on any of that? Okay, Phil.
Verse 4, Mark?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. And when a large crowds had gathered, and those who were coming to him from every city, he spoke by a parable.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, now this is a very interesting parable because this is one of the parables that we find in Scripture that actually interprets itself. So not only are we going to be able to hear this parable, we're going to get the interpretation of this parable by Yahushua himself. Okay, so pay close attention to this, because what this does, it gives us insight on how to interpret all the other parables that Yahushua has given us in Scripture. Why is that important? Because if you belong to Yahushua, you should be able to understand the parables. If you're totally oblivious to them and you don't get them, maybe you should be praying for the Ruach HaKodesh to immerse you. But this one's fantastic because it gives us the interpretation and it teaches us how to interpret the other parables if you pay close enough attention to this specific parable. It's very powerful. Go ahead, Ike.
It should be nice to see you.
Why you always want to see me for? Maybe got like me. All right. Gee whiz.
You inspire.
Here I am. All right. Yeah, peekaboo. Okay. Everybody on board with that one? We're getting ready to take a deep dive here into the mind of Yahushua now, through his own interpretation of his own parable. This is very important, man. People read through this and they just go through it and they don't stop to think, wow, I'm getting a look inside of Yahushua's mind here. That's exactly what's happening. So look at it that way as we read through this and we study this parable together. Okay? All right, Phil.
Verse 5. A sower went out to sow his seed, and as he sowed, some indeed fell by the wayside, and it was trodden down, and the birds of the sky devoured it. And other fell on a rock, and when it was up, it withered, because it had no moisture. And other fell among the thorns, and the thorns grew up with it and choked it. And other fell on good soil, and grew up and yielded a crop 100-fold. Having said this, he cried, He who has ears to hear, let him hear. And his pupils were asking him, saying, What does this parable mean? And he said, To you it has been given to know the secrets of the reign of Yahuwah, but to the rest in parables, that seeing they do not see, and hearing they do not perceive.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
All right. So here we go, man. The pupils, interestingly, he cries out. Okay. He cried, He who has an ear to hear, let him hear. And his pupils started asking him, what does this parable mean? And he said, to you it has been given to know the secrets of the reign of Yahuwah, but to the rest in parables that seeing they do not see, and hearing they do not hear. Isn't it interesting that they asked him, what does this parable mean? And he comes right back at them and says, to you it has been given to know the secrets of the reign of Yahuwah. So what's he saying here? What did he say right back to them when they asked him what that meant? Paraphrasing. Go ahead, Tad.
You being chosen should know.
Exactly. That's right. He's telling them, you should know. Why are you asking me? You should know. It's been given to you to know. Kate? Do you have your hand up, Kate?
No, I didn't really have my hand up, but I kind of was thinking that you should know this, figure it out.
That's right. In other words, I shouldn't have to tell you this. You should know this. Are you not listening to me? It's funny because it seems like he anticipated the question. He knew that they were going to ask that, because right before that, he cries out, "He who has ears to hear, let him hear." It's almost like he knows they're getting ready to ask him that. Go ahead, Phil.
And a student has to have impeccable discipline to learn from the master. And the thing is when you're with someone all the time, you tend to slough off because you're there and you think you're just going to absorb what's going on, but you need to be thinking, questioning, and contemplating the lesson.
Yeah, you have to be keen, acute to your teacher, and latch onto his every word, you know. And in this case, they weren't obviously listening to the parable close enough for them to understand it. Maybe they were even being lazy. Maybe they thought, oh, ho hum, here's another parable. We'll just ask him what he's talking about afterwards, rather than being a keen and locked on and acute to what the teacher's teaching.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Go ahead,
sorry.
Ted. Oh, Phil.
Some of the disciples stood out among the others for that very reason, I think.
Yes, exactly. And don't we do that too? Don't we read through scriptures and we don't know what we're even read because we're not really paying attention to what our rabbi is teaching us?
It's like reading the book in the Bible or scriptures, in a year. I mean, the whole focus there is to get it done. It's not really to absorb the information. I mean, I think they want to say that they're absorbing the information, but you could not possibly do that. I mean, this book is maybe a chapter a day, perhaps, but even then, you have to put it into context properly through other verses and contemplate deep study and work it out with fear and trembling. Definitely.
Yeah, thank you, Phil. That's exactly right. So let me ask you this, Phil. When we read through scriptures and we get to a point where we don't quite understand it, but should we stop, back up and read that and keep reading it till we do understand it? Or should we just blow through it and keep reading on so we can hurry up and be able to brag about how we read the entire book of Luke? What should we do?
We definitely need to back up. We need to back. I'm not saying we do and anybody's guilty of that, but definitely one of the biggest things I find temporally in secular education is we go too fast. So we appear through our pride that we're covering all this information, but then go do the job with that information. And that's where everybody falls short. And that's the biggest trick in the book, that if you put on a seminar, I'm kind of going off on another thing here, and you show so many things, most people, I just learned so much. But you ask them a week later and they can't even hardly remember the name of the instructor, let alone what techniques were shown. So yeah, I definitely, the Father's given me that sense of being a student, and with other things that I do. And that's why I think I've been a little bit more successful than some, because I don't accumulate information. I'm trying to attach it to meaning and attach it to what the context is available. Yeah, definitely. I that's what I think as a teacher, even teaching elementary school, we go way too fast. And that's why we're falling short. And we're almost forced to, because we're in this scheduling. Oh, got to do this, got to do that. And these kids are 7 years old. They can't, So anyway, a lot of people, and a lot of salesmen will say marketing's taught at a third grade level, because if they don't teach it there, they won't get it done. That people will just, they won't even listen. So just some food for thought.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, so I mean, we should never rush through scriptures, man. Slow. Make sure you're digesting it, make sure you understand it, and make sure you're retaining what you're learning before you even move on. We have to learn patience, folks, especially when we're studying the words of truth. Raul, go ahead.
When he was reading it, to me, it felt like he was talking to us that know his name and that we should understand. And part of our job is to explain it to other people, that might not understand.
Well, and I asked Yahuwah to help me read that correctly. Before I read that, after Mark pointed out this is very important, I asked the Father to have me read it exactly how he wants me to read it. I don't know if it was any different, but that's what I did. So he moved me to do that. And I hopefully was obedient and did it the proper way he wanted it to come across. Because a lot of people are going to see this. And, I don't take his instructions lightly, let me tell you. So.
Go ahead, Ike.
This is a question. Now, is this the first time that Yahusha has revealed what he said to the 12, or not, or his interpretation?
Oh, I can't remember if this is the first one or not, but I think it is. When we get into Matthew, you're going to see a better sequence of his parables, and there are a few, and I can't remember right now because I haven't, I haven't went back and reviewed this topic of parables, which we did a study on about a year ago. Phyllis probably remembers that, a few others. But there's a few that he does interpret for us, but most of them he does not. But the ones that he does interpret are extremely important because it teaches us how to understand the parables on our own. As he's saying here to his Talmudim, basically, is you should know how to do this. You've been given the knowledge and the secrets of the reign of Yahuwah. I shouldn't have to tell you this, but to them, it's a parable to keep them in the unknown because they don't belong to me. Go ahead, Phil.
And it isn't this so we tap into the Ruach for understanding instead of our own temporal thoughts? Because the adversary likes to put thoughts in your head too.
That's right.
Steer you off course. I don't know. I just thought.
No, that's exactly right. Because we have to be mature, first of all, to be able to understand these parables. Why am I saying that? Because you have to be able to discern between the spirit of truth and the spirit of delusion. You have to. Because if not, you're going to be caught up in the devil's snare, like Phil's saying. Maybe it's another spirit telling you something, and so the interpretation's totally wrong. Okay, so you have to have the gift of discernment, which is you only get that through maturity at the point where Yahuwah sees that you're able to discern between good and evil. And then he allows you more maturity into spiritual insight.
And I think that's why the church has got so much power, because you talk to anybody and they said, well, the pastor said this. Well, the pastor said that. And I said, you don't let any man do the thinking for you. If you're a true follower of Yahuwah, which they don't accept the name, first of all. So right there is you're in big trouble. But nevertheless, you cannot, like, as good a teacher as you are, Mark, I still do not follow Mark August. You understand what I'm saying? I don't put you into that danger of pride.
Thank you.
And I know you don't think that, but you know what I mean? That deceiving spirit of pride, which that pride, if I did that, that gives that demon of pride an arrow to shoot at you, I think.
It does.
Yeah, and it comes out of nowhere, and from a trusted person, at least to a certain degree, that's very dangerous for you and for all of us to do. So
it is, and I appreciate you acknowledging that and articulating that, because it's very important, and it scares the bejeemies out of me.
It well should. Yeah, it's very difficult because, as an instructor, both not so much in elementary school, but the other things I do, I guard against that. I mean, I know people have their students mowing their lawn, shoveling their snow. I mean, it's a nice little kingdom to have, but you can't do it. You can't get into that realm, even though they did it in the old days, that kind of excuse. So I'm very wary of that myself.
Right. Yeah, I'm just like all of you. There's no difference between me and you guys at all. I'm made of dust just as well as you are. There's no difference here other than I'm leading the study is it.
Well, it's really cool. And it's really cool how you earlier, when somebody misinterpreted what you were saying, that you admitted that, and then that you apologized, but you're acknowledging that. But you have to have some type of authority to lead a group. You can't just be wishy-washy either. So it's a fine line, definitely a razor's edge that you tread.
It is. It's a razor's edge. And that's a burden I have to bear that who has put on me. And I know one person that knows exactly what I'm saying and feeling, and that's Lou White. Because I see him sneaking around there, peeking around corners and stuff, trying to go unseen because he knows exactly what we're talking about. And he probably even way more so than I do. And it just, there's sometimes for the sake of the person that's complimenting you, you have to allow it for their belief, for their sake, for their journey, because they need that. Okay. But inside I'm cringing and saying, oh, all steam to you, Yahusha. Make them stop saying that, but he's saying, allow it, because the person needs it to further advance them in their walk. They have to have that. Okay?
Yeah. And that maturity is so evident in you, and especially Lou, because enemies shoot at him all the time with pride.
That's right.
And then the other side too. And Lou is so kind. If there's one thing I've learned from him, which is that kindness, and that kindness is coming from Yahusha and Yahuwah. So that's so apparent. I mean, it's just like a treasure, and I just value it so much.
Yeah. I know one thing I've noticed about Lou White over the years here now is that even though we can witness people, complimenting him about his authorship and things like that, and they kind of look up to him, and you can see them that they're looking up to him, almost putting him on a pedestal, is that I don't know any time I've ever seen it. I mean, Lou would know, but I've never seen him give anybody his autograph. Has he, Phyllis? I've never seen Lou sign anything or give anybody his autograph for being an author.
Occasionally, people have asked him to sign a book because they're giving it to someone else as a gift, and he will do that. Okay.
I've never seen it or known of him doing it, but obviously he has, as she said he has. But you see what I'm saying? So that's his struggle. That's his burden that Yahuwah has put on his heart. And I know he tosses and turns sometimes on this subject, because I do. And I'm not even close to being well known as he is. See what I'm saying? And all of you probably going to experience the same thing if you haven't already. And we got to be real tiptoe through that, and we witness and give testimony and witness into somebody. And they begin to understand, and they begin to wake up, and then they start coming to you because they think you're the teacher, you know a lot. And so they start looking up to you or seeking out your advice and stuff. You have to be real careful. If you see them starting to do any praising or esteeming or putting you up on a pedestal, you need to let them know that that's not okay. Hey, I'm dust, man, like you. I'm just repeating what I've been taught by the rabbi. I'm just telling you what's written in scripture. I'm a parrot. I'm nobody. This ain't from me. This is coming from Yahuwah. He's your teacher. Worship him. Praise him. Not me. I'm just a man like you. See what I'm saying? And we all got to deal with that sometime. Even if you're not a teacher or out in public or anything, and you go witnessing and testimonying to people privately, you got to be aware of that too. You're right in that same boat. Look out now. You're a teacher of Torah and you don't know these things. See what I mean? You're held at a higher level, even at that personal level where you're giving witness and testimony to somebody one-on-one, you're still held at that level, which is much higher than a student. So watch out. Go ahead, Sharon.
One of the things is, if you don't know, because the word will always prove itself, it's just be humble enough to say, I don't know, but I will go check that out and read it and see what the Ruach gives me. And then you go back and you give them verses that not what you say, but what the verses say. And that's, but when I got taken out of the circus, he gave me 1 John 2:27, basically, let no man teach you but the anointed one. So really, who is teaching us? The Ruach's teaching us, and it's all proven right here in the word. So I love you, Mark. We all make mistakes, and I do. And so I'm always like, oh, did I say that right? Or I do that right? So we have to pray that our words are sweet to our Father's ears. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Oh, well, that's a good point. It's the Ruach teaching through his chosen vessel. It's never the man. Okay, we don't follow any man. Okay, and so if the Ruach HaKodesh is teaching through his chosen vessel, and then if you reject that person, or say you have bad thoughts about that person, you disagree with that person, guess what? You're not hating on that person. You're hating on Yahuwah, because he's the one teaching through that chosen vessel. It's Yahuwah who you're against, not that fleshly man, not that vessel. So you have to be aware of that too. So that's the opposite side of that coin, Sharon. Got to be careful. See what I'm saying? So we all have to be aware if it's never, ever any man. Okay, it's always Yahuwah. And if it doesn't coincide with scriptures of truth, then that's a false prophet. So just being a teacher, you can be a prophet by reading out of scriptures. You're a prophet. 25% of scriptures is prophecy. Go ahead, Ike.
I was just going to say, last Friday was an excellent teaching of how the Ruach worked, because I think I was telling you I was having a pretty rough week, and he answered me through the Ruach last Friday.
Yeah.
And it was just, to me, that was a perfect example of how the Ruach works. So.
Oh, yeah. Yahuwah is amazing. A lot of times, I probably shouldn't even say this, but I'm going to, because we're on this subject, kind of deeply into this subject, is that sometimes, maybe a lot of times, when I'm doing these studies, especially on the 6th day, as we go into Shabbat, into the 7th day there, like last night, things will start coming out of my mouth that I don't even know, or never even planned to say. So I'm being led by the Ruach. Even though you're hearing my voice, it's not coming from my brain, because I didn't know that myself. It just come out. So whether you can believe that or not, that's up to you. But that happens amazingly a lot. And a lot of times I'll rewatch the study because of that, and I want to see what the Ruach had to say, and I had no idea myself. So I'm learning just as much as you are, right along with you. Go ahead, Raul. Raul, did you have your hand up? Okay. All right, let's get off of this tangent, unless anybody's got questions, comments, or thoughts. Any further thoughts? Okay, now look at, oh boy, where were we? Okay,
Verse
look down
11.
here. Yeah, look down here at 10, where it says, To you it has been given to know the secrets of the reign of Yahuwah, but to the rest in parables that seeing they do not see, and hearing they do not perceive. What does that mean? Why is he saying that? Why did he tell them that? The seeing they don't see, hearing they don't perceive.
Because it appears the message isn't for everyone, at least the lesson within the message. Is it only for those who he's chosen to open their ears and their eyes and their mind?
The people, the people think in the mind of in the flesh. You know, and there's a difference between those who think in the flesh and those who think in the the Ruach, and so it's a separation. It's like separating and dividing and electing. You know, and those who hear it will understand it, and then those who don't perceive and hear it, won't.
Very good, Joshua. That's impressive. Blew my mind. I'm surprised you knew that. Go ahead, Phil.
And I don't want to keep going on in it, but so does this mean that all the judgment and all the things that are perceived to happen in the future, a message for all or for us, is the next question? Because if they don't understand this, how can they possibly understand the other?
Yeah, so it says to you, it has been given to know the secrets of the reign of Yahuwah. What's that mean? What are the secrets of Yahuwah? Somebody, what's the secrets of Yahuwah? Raul?
Everlasting life.
Joshua?
I mean, for me, I perceive one of the secrets. This is just probably, I mean, secrets is plural, so that means there's probably many, right? But for me, it's that he runs the entire show. Everything that happens, he's behind it all. So everything that we do, everything that we say, what comes out of our mouths, and every event that takes place is his doing. So I don't know. I mean, there's probably way more secrets than that, but I think for me, that's an overarching secret that is about you.
What's the secret of the ages? You know, Joshua? What's the secret of the ages?
Is this a reference to a verse, or the secret of the ages? Is that a?
It's in Scripture. It tells us what it is.
I do not know that. I've never heard that term, that specific term.
Go ahead, Ted.
I was just going to answer the best that I know how. I know one of the secrets is his name. It's been kept secret. And another one of the secrets is that simply Yahusha is Yahuwah. That's another one of the secrets. But I'm not specifically sure about what the secret of the ages is and where it's at.
You should know. We studied it together. Go ahead, Ike.
I'm probably way out of here, but is it the Torah?
No.
No. Okay.
No, it's not. Torah's not a secret. The Torah is a witness against you. Raul?
Could it be belief?
Belief?
Understanding him?
Yeah, that could be, belief in the power
Yahusha's blood, the Yahusha's blood.
Right. Go ahead, Kate.
Well, I'm going to take a stab at it and say that the kingdom of the heavens is not in the heaven. It's actually on earth.
That's good. Go ahead, Sharon.
Pretty much all that you said last night. And I wanted to know, I've always heard is the kingdom is at hand, according to Yochanan. And so if the kingdom is at hand, it's in us, isn't it?
Yeah, the reign of Yahuwah comes to you, is near you, means it's in you. Yeah, that's what that message is. That's a secret. Absolutely. Anybody else? Okay, somebody tell me what the secret of the ages is. Ra'ul?
I'll take another stab at it. Could it be the Ruach HaKodesh?
What do you mean by that? Elaborate.
Our inner feelings are in what's in what we call our heart, our mind, the Ruach, our Ruach.
Okay, you're saying it, but in a harder way to understand. I get you, but there's an easier way of articulating that.
Help
He
me.
created all and is in all.
Phyllis?
Mashiach in you.
There it is. The secret of the ages is Mashiach in you. Okay, other generations didn't know that. It was hidden all the way up until that generation before the secret was revealed. Go to Colossians. It'll be Colossians chapter 1. Yeah, probably 26. Colossians 1:26 would be page 1153. The secret which has been hidden from ages and from generations, but now has been revealed to the Kadeshim, to whom Yahuwah desired to make known what are the riches of the esteem of this secret among the nations, which is Mashiach in you. The hope of praise, whom we announce, warning every man and teaching every man in all wisdom, in order to present every man perfected in Mashiach Yahusha, for which I also labor, striving according to the working of him who works in me in power. Okay? So what's the secret of the ages? Somebody other than Phyllis. What's the secret of the ages?
Mashiach in you.
Mashiach in you. All right.
And Mark, I actually did know that. I just forgotten it, and I didn't realize that title was attached to it. That it was called The Secret of the Ages.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten that.
There's more on it, but we're not going to get off too far on that. Okay. I think we've come to where we need to be on that. Okay. So. But we did study that and pretty intensely before. Some of you may recall that now. Any questions, comments, thoughts on any of this? Okay, so back to 2:8 there then. where it says that seeing they do not see and hearing they do not perceive, but to the rest in parables, so that seeing they do not see and hearing they do not perceive. Why does he not want them to understand? Why is he speaking to them in parables and keeping truth from them? Tad?
Because if they understood, then he would have to deliver them. And they were not his chosen people. He did not choose them from before the foundations of the earth. But he would be bound to deliver them if they knew it.
Right.
That's great job, Tad. That was really good. All steam to Yahusha, I know, but that was good. Good job.
Okay. Anybody else now?
Great way to craft the question, Mark. That is the merits of a great instructor. I'm not kidding. I mean, it is the questions that you ask make us all think.
All
esteem
esteem
to Yahuwah, however.
All right, Phil, let's continue on now.
Verse
Okay,
11.
now we're going to get the interpretation here now. So listen very closely what Yahusha reveals here.
Verse 11. And this is the parable. The seed is the word of Elohim, and those by the wayside are the ones who hear. Then the devil comes and takes away the word from their hearts, lest, having believed, they should be delivered. And those on the rock are those who, when they hear, receive the word with joy. And these have no root who believe. For a while, and in a time of trial, fall away. And that which had fell along the thorns are those who, when have heard, go out and are choked with the worries and riches and pleasures of life, and bring no fruit to perfection. And that on the good soil are those who, having heard the word, with a noble and good heart, retain it and bear fruit with endurance. And no one, having lit a lamp, covers it with a vessel or puts it under a bed, but he puts it on a lampstand, so that those coming to see the light, for whatever is hidden shall be revealed, and whatever has been is in secret shall be known and comes to light. Therefore take heed how you hear, for whoever possesses, to him more shall be given, and whoever does not possess, even what he thinks he possesses shall be taken from him.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
All right. Now, this was a lot if you were listening. Okay. So it's exciting that he's interpreting this parable and saying that the seed is the word of Elohim, telling us all this good stuff, right? But did you notice that this all is about those who hear, the ones that could hear? This ain't about the ones that didn't hear, didn't perceive, but the ones that hear. Are you seeing that? It's not about those who didn't understand or perceive. It's about those who could hear. They got the message, and then they fell away for whatever reasons. So it's not good enough that in other words, if you hear it, are you not somebody who has been given the secrets of the rain? If you hear it? Yeah. So this is saying if it's not good enough to hear it and to receive the secrets of the rain, okay? But you have to obey it. You have to understand it, and you have to conform. You have to become obedient. You have to become a servant of righteousness. You have to put it in play, in effect, where it becomes your life. You can't disregard it once he's giving you opened your ears and eyes so that you here, and then you reject it or discard it and go back into the world, what happens? Okay, and so this is all about quite a few people that have been given the opportunity to hear and fell away. There was one, so there's, what is there here? How many seeds, how many examples of people are there? So these are examples of different type of people who were given the belief to hear. They were given the ability to hear, man, and see. And so these different groups here are, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, right? 5 examples of 5 different types of people. Okay, only the last group did what they were supposed to do with what was given to them. And that on the good soil are those who, having heard the word, see, they heard it, man. It wasn't hidden from them. They heard the word with a noble and good heart, retained it, and bear fruit with endurance. That was the only type of person that did that. All the other ones fumbled the ball. Are we seeing this? This isn't about the unbelievers or the ones that didn't hear, that was hidden from. This is about the ones whose ears were open and fumbled the ball. Are we all seeing that? Go ahead, Tad.
This sounds like it's exactly about many are called, but few are chosen.
Yeah, we can apply that.
Because you have to be doers of the word, not just hearers.
There you go. Man, that's spot on right there. Very good, Tad. All right. So this is really heavy duty when you start really realizing what's happening here. So those by the wayside are the ones who hear. Then the devil comes and takes away the word from their hearts. The devil. Least having believed, they should be delivered. Wow. What's that mean?
No endurance and no practice of the hearing of the word.
Go back to what you said just a few moments ago. Then the devil comes and takes away the word from their hearts, least having believed they should be delivered.
In other words, he does it through the world, through, by drawing people back into the world, back into the material things, which then negates what the word that they were once in, and then they fall away from that, and they're back into their old ways and out of the Ruach.
Yeah, if I remember what Phil said, he said, Shaitan puts thoughts into your mind too, and you have to discern those. And
yeah, exactly. So you have to discern who's putting them thoughts into your brain. Is it the spirit of delusion, the devil, or is it the spirit of truth, Ruach HaKodesh? Remember that, Phil?
Yeah, and I think the marker is pride. I know what's going to happen tomorrow. I know what's going to happen next week. So therefore, I know, and you just keep doing that, and it gets a hold of you. I'm sure of it, and steals the true secret that Yahweh has revealed. The devil comes and takes it away, takes away your treasure.
Yeah,
at least he takes your crown, right? Crown of life.
Yeah.
Instead of saying, if Yahuwah wills it, I'll do this tomorrow or next week.
Right. Go ahead, Joshua.
Phyllis is first.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that it. Now I forgot what I was going to say. No. I'm sorry. I forgot what I was going to say.
Okay, we'll come right back to you. Go ahead, Joshua.
Now I forgot what I was going to say.
I remember it's like when Satan was creeping up in the tree and saying, surely Yahuwah didn't say that, did he?
Joshua?
Yeah, no, you know what I was going to say is that I've been part of the group, unfortunately, where, where trials happened in my life and I fell away. And I think maybe like that's a foreshadow, that's what happens in the end times, when this great falling away may be that trials come upon us and people use fear and anxiety and they go back, they let the world draw them back in through fear and I think that, that I can see how people fall away through trial, and I kind of needed to see that because it's a reminder to me that, keep persevere and don't let trials get me down and whatever I'm going through. So,
yeah, I think that type of person illustrated here in the seeds that fell among the thorns. Okay, and we're going to get really deeper into what you're saying. Okay, but I think up here, even though these overlap and touch each other for sure, that he's talking about those by the wayside, on the sidelines. Okay, and they hear the Besorah. Okay, but then the devil comes in and takes away the word from their heart, and so they stop loving the Besorah. They stop loving Yahusha and what they're hearing, and he takes the word away from their hearts. At least having believed they should be delivered, and so he quickly comes in, snatches the love of the word out of their heart, because if he knows that if he doesn't, and they fully believe, then he has to deliver them. So he comes in and snatches the love of the word out of their heart and takes it away. So, in other words, the only way to build that up, okay, is to continue in the word. So obviously they don't do that. They don't start digging into the word and finding out more, and fill themselves up with the living waters or the manna from heaven. They quit eating it. They don't research it further. And so they become stagnant at that point. And the devil comes in and snatches it from their heart, and they lose their love for the truth. At least they fully believed and have to be delivered. He doesn't want you. The devil is your enemy. He don't want you to be delivered. Believe me. I don't care how much he gives you, how much stuff he brings into your life. That is not his objective. His objective is for you to die. He hates your guts, everything about you. He is your enemy. So I think this is what this is more speaking of, is beware. Once you hear the word of truth and you start to get a love for it, watch out. Right there and then the devil knows he's got one last shot at you before you go deeper into Yahuwah, and especially if you get immersed by the Ruach, devil's done, basically. He becomes irrelevant. Go ahead, Ike.
It's a statement. It just blows me away, the mind of Yah. What just to think about it, it just blows me away. That's all.
And I'll have to agree with that statement. 100%. Okay. All right. So let's move on to the next type of person. Now, you understand that these are types of people, right? Different people, different characteristics, different personalities. Okay. The Yehudim always have been able to put people into 4 groups, whatever it is, and then is represented by when they shake that thing in tabernacles with the palm trees and all that. This is representing the different types of people, which is what we're reading here. Everybody seeing that? Remember that lesson, that study? So the last group, we bundle them all together and we take that citrus fruit. They put them together and they shake them, right? Up, down, all four directions, right? During tabernacle, right? Which is what is happening there in the spiritual realm, is that they're putting all these types of people together into one bundle as one offering. And we're saying the good people here that fell on good soil and heard the word with noble and good heart, retained it, and bear fruit with endurance. That's who Yahusha wants. That's who Yahuwah's after. That's his chosen, right? So we're bundling his chosen with the other types here, and we're shaking it almost like you're dangling a carrot in front of a horse, right? And we're saying to Yahuwah, take all of us or none. Take us all or none. So what do you think Yahuwah does? He's madly in love with his chosen. There's food for thought. Okay, let's move on to the next person here. And those on the rock are those who, when they hear, again, these people are hearing. They're not the ones that are forbidden to understand the secrets. They have been given the secret. And when they hear, receive the word with joy. They have great joy in hearing. And these have no root. They have no root. Who believe for a while and in time of trial fall away. What's that mean?
When they're tested, their joy leaves them and they revert back to the old man. Well, they're still in that realm, but they don't seek his protection. They are lost. Because I think we're all tested.
What's that mean? They have no root, Phil?
Well, they have no foundation to rely upon. Like when many of us are tested, we go right to Yahuwah and praise him and ask for his protection or, whatever. But a lot of the other people that would just with this outward joy are almost putting on a show. And then when they're disrupted, the joy leaves them and they don't know where to seek cover or seek protection. It's kind of a false.
Anahakafen.
What?
Anahakafen. Ataha Natsarim.
Oh, Anihagafen. Hataha Natsarim. There you go.
I don't know. You guys got me. I'm just like, what?
Have no root.
I am the vine.
Oh,
You are
okay.
the branches.
I'm the vine, you're the branches. The vine's the root. They don't have Yahusha, man.
Right.
That's their problem. Okay. And so they hear the word, they understand it, and it gives them great joy to hear about everlasting life and so forth and so on. But they don't have any root. They're not attached to the vine. What scripture tell us about people that are not attached to the vine? What does it say? It says you can do nothing. That's what it says. I am the vine, you are the branches. Without me, you can do nothing. You have to be attached to the root, man. They have no root. Go ahead, Ted.
I was just going to give an example of this type of people would be those who hear the word, but then, and they have great joy, like you said, and they start to tell people, their family, and that's where it starts to go the other direction. Their family says, why don't you celebrate all these holy days with us anymore? It was all love. And then they go backwards. They say, yeah, I see that. And then they kind of backpedal.
Yeah, and that could be what it's saying here. And in time of trial, they fall away. How many times have we witnessed people even come on this channel and they're here for a while and you can see they're full of joy and they're enthusiastic and everything. And next thing you know, you don't see them anymore. They fall away. They have no root. Sharon?
When I was looking at that and it was talking about the root, what does it give? It gives nutrition from the soil, good soil. And so if we're not going back to the word to get that nutrition that feeds the fruit, the bread, the whole thing, it'll die.
That's correct. Go ahead, Joshua.
So this is the one that I think that, describes me the most, to be honest with you guys. But I've been guilty.
No root?
Well, that's not that, but in the past I've been that way, where I've been through trial and it takes me right back into the world. You know what I mean? And I, out of fear or whatever the case may be, and I really had to persevere through that, and repent and come back, you know what I mean? And try to continue on with my learning. And I think a lot of people, they get really down on themselves when they do that. And then they just go back to the world. They don't come back ever, and they're just done. So I think I think these people can have a root, but sometimes I think it's a process for a lot of people. They have to grow that root. That root has to sprout off into the soil, and it takes some time sometimes for some people to get to that point.
What happens if these people have the root, like you're saying, but they don't produce fruit? What happens?
The same thing as those who are not attached to the vine.
Yeah.
Which is what?
Which is getting
cut
burned.
Cut down, thrown into the fire.
Yeah, he prunes them, cuts them, he breaks them off, and then he'll engraft another person in that spot, and they get thrown into the fire, even though they were attached to the root, but they were non-productive. See, there's another part of that.
And that's a frightening thing for sure.
That's frightening.
Go
ahead, Raul. Oh, I think he's
something came to mind.
Uh-huh.
There's a story in scripture where the gentleman is about to cut down the vine completely, and the guy that takes care of the land, which could be someone like you, talking to Yahweh, and has brought back and watered it and fertilized it and has the roots take hold, and maybe they don't leave anymore. And the next year they gather the fruit.
You can't give up on people if
Sorry, Joshua, that I used you,
right,
but I thought it was a perfect example.
Yeah, that's it. That's basically the same thing. He just saying it in a different way. It's amazing what Yahuwah does. He talks to everybody and says the same exact thing. It may be even the same parable, but he says it in a way that it attracts them because he speaks to them in their trade. In other words, he'll say the same parable to a farmer. It says one to a farmer. He'll say that same parable to a shepherd, and then to a fisherman, so that through their occupation they understand his words. It's amazing he's doing that. It's the same exact message. Go ahead, Phil.
This is for Joshua, if you don't mind. When you went back to the world, if that's what I think you said, you were, of course, disappointed, correct? Which brought you back to Yahuwah?
Yeah, I think sometimes for a lot of us, like, we're so invested in this that when we screw up through trial, it just devastates us, and we just go back to where we where we once were out of comfort, instead of persevering and continuing saying, hey, I screwed up, repenting, praying on it, and persevering and continuing in the word. You know what I mean? It's just a comfort thing for a lot of, and I think that's a sign of can be a sign of weak faith, and you think we have a strong faith, but then when your feet's put to the fire, so to speak, you fall short, and it's devastating to a lot of people, like.
But what's so awesome about that is the healing power of the Ruach with you. You weathered that storm. So you're a much stronger individual in the spirit than you were before, correct?
Yes. It actually, in the end, it makes you stronger. Yes,
oh,
correct.
yeah. That's awesome. That admittance is very humble to do it in front of the world, basically, because who knows who's watching this. So that's awesome. The most important thing is Yahusha is and Yahuwah. So that's awesome. Thanks for sharing that.
No problem.
Who else had their hand up? Ike?
Okay. Now, maybe I'm just saying this for myself, but I feel like I'm living what we're reading right now, because just a few minutes ago, I had to go out and conquer my flesh. And it's like I did it because I'm building root. So.
Okay. I'm not even going to ask you what you're talking about, but okay. Listen, the main thing here on this example of this type person is that they're not attached to the vine. Okay. So they have no foundation. Okay. And a storm comes, they're going to get blown away. All right. And so where it says have no root, we need to understand that they have not been immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh here. Okay. Everybody seeing that? Any questions, comments, or thoughts on that? All right. Go ahead, Ike.
What I was saying is I was receiving arrows from Satan through my thoughts, and I had to step away and conquer all that. So
would you like to share those thoughts?
No, not right now.
I didn't think so. Okay. But good job overcoming. Resist the devil and he must flee. The devil will do this. Okay. He will come in, like Phil was saying, and he will attack your thoughts in a way that you think it's the Ruach. He'll trick you, man. He's a sly weasel. And so we got to be able to discern between the spirit of truth and the spirit of delusion, because he will trick you. He will make you think it's the Ruach putting these thoughts in your brain, especially when it has something to do against a brother, against somebody in the body. He's really good at that. Go ahead, Phyllis.
And conquer. Yeah, divide and conquer.
That's right. He wants to divide that one body. And he knows if he can get you away from the brotherhood, he's got a really good chance of stealing away your belief, your joy. He wants your joy and peace. He wants to get that, man. He don't want you to go there. He doesn't want you to be immersed with the Ruach. He knows once that happens, his chances of stealing your deliverance is slim to none, slim to nil. And nil just caught the last bus out of town. Very, very small at that point. Go ahead, Phyllis.
So sometimes you might find yourself trying to justify something or other because, like you said, the devil has been speaking into your head, and you say, "Well, what would it hurt if I just did this?" It can't hurt anything. Or I make excuses sometimes, or I try to.
Yeah, when you start getting thoughts about the brotherhood, you can almost bet your bottom dollar you're being attacked by Satan. He likes to put thoughts in your brain like, man, that guy's an idiot, or He thinks he's a know-it-all. He thinks he knows everything. You know, I don't believe what he's saying. Who's he? You know, what authority is he saying what he's saying? Who's giving him that authority? Things like this. You know, any type of negative thoughts about your brothers. And when I say brothers, that includes the sisters too. Okay. Because in the reign, there is no male and female. We're all the same. Okay. And so when you get thoughts about somebody within the body, which is the assembly of Yahuwah, it's the same thing. The assembly of Yahuwah and the body is exactly the same thing. Okay. You can almost bet that's the devil. Divide and conquer, man. That's his main weapon of choice. There's a lot of things that the devil does that we should be able to recognize once we mature. You should be able to recognize his tactics, you know, and be able to avoid it. And one of the big ones is when you start getting thoughts against your brothers and sisters in the body, you can it's clear, man. It's the devil. Don't let him do that to you. He uses that all the time. Like I said, that's his weapon of choice, to divide the body. Does a really good job of it. Look at all the different religions in the world, all the different denominations. Look how he divides. He loves it. Go ahead, Ike.
See how the Ruach works?
I see how the Ruach works. Don't forget, there's one Ruach. There's no more. There's no two Ruachs. There's one. We all have the same Ruach. Okay, if we listen closely, he'll let us know what's going on in the mind of the body. Okay, any questions, thoughts, or comments on the Ruach person? All right, let's go to the next one. And that which fell among thorns are those who, when they have heard, go out and are choked with worries and riches and pleasures of life and bring no fruit to perfection. They may gather fruit, but they bring no fruit to perfection. That means their fruit does not endure, so they lose credibility. All right. So this type of person, represented by the thorns, the seed that fell among the thorns. Remember, the seed's the word of Elohim. It's the Basora. Remember that now. And so we could rightfully say, and that which fell, those seeds, or the words of Yahuwah that fell among the thorns, see that, are those, see that, because the seed is the word of Elohim. Those tells us up there in verse 11. So they go out and they're choked with the worries, the riches, the pleasures of life, and bring no fruit to perfection. They may gather fruit, but it doesn't endure because they've forgotten about their fruit. They've abandoned their fruit, and their fruit has turned rotten in their absence. Okay. What does this mean, folks? Somebody? What's happening here? Tad?
I have a little saying that I like to say that I think I heard got it from Brother Lou in one of his books. But he says, at some point in everybody's life, they get knocked down by the truth. But most people get up, dust themselves off, and carry on as if nothing ever happened. And that's exactly what's going on here.
It's like they want their salvation on their terms instead of Yahuwah's. They want to be holy, whatever. That's not a good word, but you know what I mean. They want to be righteous when they're righteous, but only then. They don't practice what they have learned and put it into their life. and they're worried about other things over putting that before Yahweh.
Right. So they have become overcome by the world, their enemy. They've overcome, the world has overcome them. And the worries of paying their mortgage, their car payment, keeping their job, feeding their family, whatever, has overcome them. They're built up to a point of severe anxiety, worries. They don't have time for Yahuwah. I ain't got time for that, man. I'm behind on my mortgage payments. They're about ready to repossess my car. I don't have time for that stuff, man. I got to figure out what to do. Okay, so they're overcome by the world and the worries of this world and riches. They're chasing the almighty dollar instead of the almighty. They want riches to take away their worries and anxieties. And they're seeking the pleasures of life, entice them and tempt them into worship in those pleasures more than Yahuwah, and they forget about their fruit. They stop being concerned about the endurance of the fruit, or even trying to harvest more fruit, and so that falls away to the wayside and becomes rotten fruit, and they lose that credibility. It's no longer theirs. Matter of fact, Yahuwah will take it away from them and give it to someone who possesses even more. And they'll possess more. So we see that. So this is someone who believed. They heard the message, the Basora. They heard it, but they go out and they don't feed it, and they don't grow it. Okay, they forget about it and succumb to the world, the pressures and the pleasures of the world and the lust of the world. See it? This type of person. And again, these are people who hear, not people who do not hear. So these are chosen people, and they're messing up big time. If you think about that. And you say, and maybe somebody says, well, why is that? They're chosen. What's happening? Why are they losing their salvation? Because it's Yahuwah's will, in order for him to be esteemed and for his chosen to be esteemed at his second coming as well. Go ahead, Ted.
Just reminds me of this type of person, reminds me of the most of churchianity today, those type of people, because they'll hear the truth and then they stay in the church and they stay with that instead of wanting to hear the truth.
That's a very good comparison. I can see that. I think we all can see that, right? So yeah, they become content with letting somebody else get up there and teach them lies and tickle their ears, and they just throw some money at it and go home and continue to worry about the world and seek the pleasures of the world. Yeah. And so they become content with that, and it becomes easier for them to do that. So they stick right there in the delusion. So they're more comfortable, and they understand it and they know it, and they're more comfortable in the delusion. So they stay there. They choose the spirit of delusion over the spirit of truth. Everybody's saying that.
Yeah, they took the blue pill.
That's right. And bring no fruit to perfection. Does that mean they've gathered fruit? Yeah, they did, didn't they? Obviously they have. But they bring none of the fruit to perfection. It doesn't endure and grow and become good fruit. Any questions, comments, or thoughts on that one? The thorn people. All right. And then so then here the last one is, and on the good soil are those who, having heard the word with a noble and good heart, retain it and bear fruit with endurance. Look how he attaches bearing fruit with endurance, or fruit must endure. How he attaches that to the good soil. Is that not amazing? Go ahead, Ted.
I just wanted to comment that these are the people I think that all of us here today pray that we become, because we have to endure to the end to become that person. And the end is not yet. So we have to keep persevering. So we all pray that we become that person.
Right. How do we become that person? How do we become the good soil? We have a good and noble heart, right? But how do we become that person? Tad?
By walking in the true pattern of Mashiach.
Very good.
Following his instructions.
Yeah. But according to Yahusha's interpretation of this parable, how do we become the good soil?
By bearing.
Dad?
Oh, go ahead.
By continuing to work in his harvest and by gathering fruit that endures.
And so we become the good soil by bearing fruit with endurance. For sure. We have to produce that fruit, man. You have to. But what else? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Prayer and study his word.
Stay in the scriptures and pray. Yeah. And Ted?
Well, just like it says, we have to retain that noble heart.
There you go. You have to retain it. You yourself have to endure. Those who endure to the end will be delivered. So you yourself have to endure. Don't forget, you're somebody else's fruit. You know. Go ahead, Kate.
We need to use discernment to avoid distractions, because that's one of Hashatan's leading weapons also. It kind of like life gets in the way. I was going to do this or do that, but life gets in the way. You got to stay the course and focus on Yahuwah.
Right. Yeah, that's part of retaining. Philip or Ike, I mean.
Put on the full armor of Yah.
Which is what?
Ephesians 6.
Okay. I can't remember all of it, so go ahead.
No, but what is it? What's the full armor of light? It's the full armor of light is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, what is it?
It's the helmet, the shield, the breastplate, the sword, and the boots.
That's just symbolic. But what is it in reality? What is the armor of light that we put on?
Yahusha.
Yahusha. Go ahead, Ted.
Oh, now I'm one of those that forgot what I was going to say. I'll remember here in a minute.
All right. Just let me know if you remember. Okay, you guys. So there you go. There's the interpretation of this parable coming from the mouth of Yahusha himself. Go ahead, Ted.
I remember now. I was going to say you have to renew your heart daily. That's part of it. That's part of retaining that good heart is renewing it daily and staying it, like everybody else said, staying in the word and the Ruach.
Okay. Anything else? Any more comments, thoughts, questions? Okay, on this parable. Okay, so there we go. There's the parable. And by listening to this interpretation by Yahushua, it should help us now when we read other parables to be able to interpret them correctly by knowing the mind of Yahushua. And this opens up that to us, that we get to see into his mind. All right. And so if we practice what we've learned here to help us interpretate other parables, then we're able to discern the spirit of truth, okay, from the spirit of delusion, because we know how we hear his voice, we understand his mind, the mind of Yahushua. We become like-minded with him. We now have the mind of Yahushua. Okay, so what does this mean? No one having lit a lamp covers it up with a vessel or puts it under a bed, but he puts it on the lampstand so those coming to see the light. For whatever is hidden shall be revealed, and whatever is secret shall be known and come to light. What's that mean?
Means that those who have Yahusha in them show it, and they let it shine, and they're an example to others, and they don't hide it away. They're not embarrassed to talk about it or be about it, and whatever's hidden, whatever lights up the darkness. So whatever's in secret will eventually come to the surface.
Okay, anybody else? Ike?
Produce fruit.
Anybody else? What do you think this means?
That you're going to be coming, he said, whatever is hidden shall be revealed, and whatever is secret shall be known and come to the light of the world, Yahushua. So it's like put your light on a lampstand, and it brightens up everything else. And so when you go out and you reveal the word, it's like they even light up, but do they stay on good soil? So anyway.
Yeah, you're hitting on it. Can you say that in a different way, Sharon?
The menorah is the light, the Torah, and that we go to the Torah to be manifested as Yahuwah's light to the world. That's all I got.
Go ahead, Ted.
I was just going to read from scripture basically what I think this means. If we turn to Isaiah 60, it says, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the esteem of Yahuwah has risen upon you. For look, darkness covers the Eretz, and thick darkness the peoples. But Yahuwah arises over you, and his esteem is seen upon you. And the Gentiles shall come to your light, and sovereigns to the brightness of your rising."
Okay. So what does that mean?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Those people are Yisrael. That's who he's speaking to.
Yeah, but what is this saying? What does it mean?
Are we like the lampstand, the light in which Yahusha, we're the vessel in which Yahusha goes out and shows forth his light to the world. So we're actually the lampstand as well.
Yeah, you're still hitting all over it. Try to say it in a more simplicity. Tad?
Well, I can remember also that the Torah is the oil that's in our lamp. So if we stay in the Torah, we'll continue to light. We'll continue to have light if we stay in that word.
Yeah, but is this really about us, or is this about others?
Everything's about Yahusha.
Yeah, but is this about us or about others? It says
about others.
Having lit a lamp, covers it with a vessel or puts it under a bed, but he puts it on a lampstand so that those coming in see the light. What's it saying? In a very simple term.
See the Ruach? Living Ruach?
It's simply saying, don't keep it to yourself. Share it. That's what it's saying. You're not allowed to keep it to yourself and go and run and hide. That's just like the parable of the guy that got the one coin. Okay. He went and hid it and buried it. Okay. And didn't tell nobody. Well, what happened when the master came back? He said, you unworthy servant. You mean to tell me you didn't go out and share this with people? You kept this to yourself? Take away the one talent he has and bind that unworthy servant up and throw him into the outer darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of the teeth. Don't keep it to yourself, folks. You're not allowed to. You must share the light with others. You can't hide it for yourself and be there and be a coward and be shaking in your boots and hiding it for yourself. So I got to hide this. I got to keep it to myself. So I don't. Nobody takes it from me. You have to reveal it to others, no matter what the cost. No matter what the cost. Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, that reminds me that it is written that if we don't spread the word, if there are people that we don't, share the Basora with, their blood is on our heads. But if we do share it and they still walk away, well, we've done our job, but the blood is on their heads.
Right. So, all right. So any questions or comments or thoughts on that? Not allowed to keep it to yourself, man. Matter of fact, you have to reveal it in such a way that it's a light on a hill in darkness, and people can see that light from miles and miles away. That's how much you need to be revealing it. So what happens if you're on a mountain or a lighthouse and you take and turn off the light or cover up the light of the lighthouse? What happens to the ships coming in? They crash and burn, right? That's why you're not allowed to do it. You need to be a guiding light for them, no matter the cost. So therefore, take heed how you hear. Hear that now? Therefore, take heed how you hear. Just like all these people in this parable, they heard. It wasn't hidden from them. They actually heard the message, the Basora, the report. Okay? So therefore take heed how you hear. For whoever possesses, to him more shall be given, and whoever does not possess, even what he thinks he possesses, shall be taken from him. What's that mean? Everybody should know what that means. We just discussed it. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Dad.
I say it's the same thing we were just talking about. Don't keep the basura to yourself. Be careful
Right.
how you hear. You must, you must spread the word, or the blood's on your head.
Right. You have to multiply the talents, right? You have to collect fruit, and it must endure. And you can't do that if you're hiding the light. The light is the life of men. Can't hide it. Otherwise, how are they going to receive life? And like I said, this is well represented in the parable of the talents. And if you're interested in that more, it's in Matthew 25, verses 28 through 30, about the parable of the talent. You can relate to this lesson here through Matthew 25, verses 28 through 30. If you get a chance, you want to study that more, there's your reference. Okay, any questions, comments, thoughts about this parable? Is this parable more than you've understood before? I mean, is it clearer now than you've ever understood it before? It should be. You've been given an ear to hear. You've been chosen to receive the secrets of the reign of Yahuwah. This should be very clear to you now what this parable means, because Yahuwah himself interpreted it. Did you hear his voice? If you heard Yahuwah's voice, raise your hand. Yeah.
And I understood the parable, but there's always refinement, right? And
Right.
reflection upon previous information that makes it more strategic and more applicable to certain different situations or new situations.
Yeah. All right, everybody good on the parable? All right, Phil, we're getting ready to change subjects now, so let's go ahead and go. Everybody notice that? That conversation's over. He's going into a new conversation now within this chapter. You see that? It's critical. I mean, critical for us to be able to spot where conversations begin and end, because it's not always in the beginning of the chapter to the end of the chapter like they try to teach you. It can go in the middle of one chapter through a whole nother chapter and halfway through the other chapter. It can go from the beginning of the chapter to the end of the chapter, but there can be 4 different subjects within one chapter. And so we need to be able to discern that and spot it and recognize it. Otherwise, we're going to get things all mixed up. He's talking about 2 different things. We can't mix those together. If we do, it causes misinterpretation. It's why it's extremely important to be able to recognize when subjects start and end and go into a different conversation. Everybody see that and understand that? It's something you got to keep your eyes and ears open to, and to pinpoint it. It's very crucial, really, to understanding the truth. All right, Phil, let's get into it.
Verse 19, and his mother and brothers came to him and were unable to get to him because of the crowds. And it was reported to him, saying, your mother and your brothers are standing outside, wishing to see you. And he answering said to them, my mother and my brothers are those who are hearing the word of Elohim and doing it.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
All righty. So here's his mother and his brothers. They're searching him out, and they're in this big, huge crowd. And so they passed the message through the word of mouth to let him know that they're out there searching for him. Why are they there? Why is his mother and brothers looking for him, searching for him? Tad?
They've come to get him because they think he's lost his mind, basically.
Exactly. So in that case, they're there to remove him, capture him, detain him, and bring them back home with them. And so they can try to talk some sense into his head. You know, they think he's insane. They think he done lost his marbles and he thinks he's Yahuwah. Okay. This is kind of interesting, really intriguing, being that his mother is in on this plot, and she was visited by a messenger and told that he would be Elohim with us. So she's obviously seeing him as her little boy, fleshly boy, that's done fell off his rocker. His cheese has slipped off his crackers. Tad?
Which should debunk any Mary worship.
Thank you for that. Any thoughts on this? This is kind of strange, where he says, they'd say your mother and your brothers are staying outside wishing to see you. Well, he knew what they were thinking and why they were there. And then so he kind of rejects them. He kind of, in a roundabout way, is denying Mary as his mother. And he says, my mother and my brothers are those who are hearing the word of Elohim and doing it. Why do you think he's rejecting Mary, denying her here? Ike?
Because she's thinking in the flesh.
Joshua?
He seems to be implying that she might be one of those people that he mentioned previously, you know, in the parable of the person who hears the word but doesn't do it.
Well, and her work is done. Hate to say it, but I think her work is done, and he's moving on. He's honoring her by doing what Father Yahuwah's asked him to do.
Raul?
They came to cover the lampstand.
She may know the ramifications of what he's doing and is worried about him as a mother, and knowing what the crowds are going to eventually try and do to him. Maybe too, I don't know.
Phyllis?
Well, he said that my family are those who obey and do the work, you know, what the commands of his father, and she obviously isn't doing that in his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't deny her.
That's kind of what I meant by covering the lampstand. They came to stop him from continuing to light up the world.
That was perfect too, Rael, because we just studied that.
Or they already know, and he doesn't need to spend his time with them. They're already been redeemed, so he's moving on. And not, you know, because he knows his time is short. So therefore he's, well, that's fine. They can just be there and watch along. I don't know.
Could it also be that Yahusha is showing himself to be Yahuwah. And they just maybe not realizing it or something.
Anybody else? Okay, everybody turn to Mark 3:21. Mark 3:21. Yeah, probably back up to 20. Mark 3:20. It's page 1074, 1074. And again, the throng came together so that they were unable even to eat bread. And when his family heard about this, they went out to seize him, for they said he is out of his mind. So that's why they're there, okay, which Tad pointed out, okay? Everybody seeing that? They thought he was out of his mind, all right? Okay, so from there, look at Mark 6:4. So Mark 6:4 says, and Yahushua said to them, a prophet is not unappreciated except in his own region and among his own relatives, his own family, and in his own house. See that? So he knew that his mother and his brothers were unappreciated of him, and he expressed it here so that everybody would know that that's the case. All right, and so it's obvious why he's denying her at this point. Okay, he's not denying that he came from her womb, but what he is denying here is that any of her chromosomes are in him. There was no mixture of blood. So in reality, she was his incubator and not his physical mother, if that makes any sense. If you're picking up what I'm laying down on that one, I know that's a hard one to swallow. But look, it's John 7:5. And I like the fact that you referred to Mary worship, because that's what this all is about. He denying any type of divine connection between himself and Mary here, because he doesn't want you worshiping his mother. It's pretty obvious why he's denying her, that her to even be his mother. She ain't my mama. What you talking about? Look at John 7:5. For even his brothers did not believe in him. See that? Even his brothers did not believe in him. And we know that includes his family, his relatives, his mother, even his stepdaddy, who was also visited from messengers and told about him. Mind-blowing concept here, folks, and why he's denying these people. It's not being his family at all. You know, I'm Yahuwah. I have no mother. I have no father. I have no beginning. I have no end. I have no lineage. I'm Yahuwah. That's not my mother and brothers. I'm the Almighty. I'm Al Shaddai. What you talking about, man? My mother and my brothers are those within my body, within my assembly. Go ahead, Tad.
That last part that you said was what I was going to say. Since they denied him and didn't believe who he was, that they were not part of the assembly, which is his body. But you got it before. Thank Yahusha for that.
Right? Let's see here now. Back over into Mark 3, where they said, they went out to seize him, for they said he is out of his mind. Look over there in that same chapter, about 34, or wait a minute. Yeah, 32. Well, let's just back up to 31. And his brothers and his mother came, and standing outside, they said to him, calling him, and the throng was sitting around him. You understand what the difference between a throng and a crowd? A throng's like a can of sardines. You can't move. You're so squished in there, you can't move. And they said to him, see, your mother and your brothers are outside seeking you. But he answered them, saying, who is my mother or my brothers? And looking around on those sitting around him, he said, see my mother and my brothers? For whoever does the desire of Elohim is my brother and my sister and my mother. So here he includes sister, which shows relationship, family. Totally. And so he's not part of the family of humanity, of the flesh, but his family is a spiritual family, the assembly of Yahuwah, or the body of Yahusha. That's his family. Spiritual mishpacha, Yesharel. Go ahead, Joshua.
When Mary and Joseph were visited by the messengers about Yahusha, was this a dreamlike state? That did they get these messages through dreams? Is that why they may have not have, or did they not know they were dealing with messengers? I mean, in other words, how do you hear it from a messenger and then not believe, and not take the messenger's word for it about Yahusha and who he was?
They knew they were messengers. Joseph received the message in a dream, but Mary saw the manifestation. She saw the angel. He spoke to her, if I'm not mistaken. But Joseph, who saw it, it was given to him in a dream. Okay. The reason that they have a vague memory per se, let me let Phil back in. The reason they have this vague memory per se, and they're not carrying over the knowledge of seeing an angel or being given this message, divine message, okay, is it's been a while, first of all. And so humanity's mind doesn't see, after a while, when we see something weird, something out of our natural realm, our mind begins to play tricks on us, and we even begin to deny that we experienced that or saw that over time. Our mind does that to keep us, keep us in our right mind, I suppose. But you'll even get to where you're denying it yourself, even though maybe somebody was there and witnessed it with you. Okay. And if that happens, that's a good thing, because you can reconnect with that other witness. See what I'm saying? Here it was individually. And so perhaps over time, their mind is struggling to remember and even struggling to believe that it really happened. Maybe I just dreamed that. Maybe that really didn't happen. Your human mind does that to protect yourself. And so that could be. And don't forget, these people were in the mind of the flesh. None of them have received the Ruach yet. And so what's the mind of the flesh? The mind of the flesh is opposed to the mind of the Ruach. So the mind of the flesh doesn't obey or doesn't understand anything spiritually. Matter of fact, it hates it. It hates the Torah. Okay, it's an enemy of Yahuwah. So anything that has to do with spiritual realm, which is Yahuwah's world, okay, is violently opposed by the flesh. So they had the flesh battling against even the things that they witnessed firsthand with their own eyes and ears. See, man, and a period of time had gone by as well. Go ahead, Ted.
What really blows me away is the thought that when he says, you know, when they told him my mother and my brothers and my family were here to get him, is if Jude and Yaqub, who we know were part of, you know, the Natsarim later on, if they were there, that's what blows me away. If they were the part of the ones that didn't believe at that time, didn't believe who he was. It doesn't necessarily say that they were there. It just says his family. But that would blow my mind if they were part of that.
Yeah, they were part of that. They were. Because it says even his brothers didn't believe, you know. So they absolutely were, because they were the second, third in line in age. Yahusha being the firstborn, of course. And so they were closer to his age. And so they grew up with him. Anybody's from a large family like I am, you know that the older kids hang out together and play together and stuff. And the middle age kids or the younger kids, you don't know them as well because you didn't hang out with them. Of course, you knew them, you loved them, and you played with them and stuff, but you didn't know them like the ones that you were hanging out with, the ones that were closer to your age. Same with cousins, same thing. Okay. So obviously the brothers that was with Miriam would have been the older, the younger ones would have probably not, maybe was involved. And there's definitely were some sisters involved, as we just read as well. They were there as well. And so I'm going to say, yeah, they were there to participate in that, trying to detain him, capture him, and remove him, bring him back home. I just had a good thought come to mind and I lost it. Okay, so look at Luke 11, 27. And it came to be, so on 9:6-8. Luke 11, just flip a few pages. Verse 27, and it came to be, as he was saying this, a certain Asha from the masses raised her voice and said to him, blessed is the womb that bore you, and the breast which you sucked. But he said, blessed rather are those hearing the word of Elohim and guarding it.
Man, that's crazy. That I've never even, I'm just thinking of all the Mary worship, and to see these words, it's pretty jarring,
Yeah. So we can dig deeper and go into this big tangent on this, which I don't really want to do, but it's obvious after you've studied this long enough and deep enough that Yahusha denies Mary being his mother. And like I said, I think that's just because he was sent. Scripture says it so many times. He was sent. It doesn't say he was conceived. It says he was sent. So if you're sent to somewhere, that means you had to be somewhere else before you could be sent to another location. And we all know he's the firstborn of all creation. So he was denying that there was any mixture of blood in his perfect bloodline. His immortal bloodline wasn't contaminated by sinful blood of Mary. There's just no way Mary was perfect. Her blood was not clean, no matter what the Catholics tell you. This is all related to Mary worship, and I'm glad you guys are saying that, because Mary worship is idolatry, period. The Catholics deny that they worship Mary, but they're liars. They absolutely do. Anytime you take a knee to a statue of Mary or play with that rosary or pray to Mary, you're worshiping her. I don't care what they say. That's worship. And it's straight out idolatry. Strict, direct violation of the second commandment, no matter how you slice the pie. Mary had other children, as we just found out. And Mary worship is based on man's teachings, traditions, and false doctrine written by demons and or churches, denominations, not Yahuwah. It's not scriptural. Yahusha denies it. He denies her. He wants nothing to do with anyone worshiping Mary. It's not why he came. The reason he entered the womb of Mary, okay, was for a sign, so that we would have no mistake in knowing that he was the Mashiach. Because who could be born of a maiden other than Yahuwah? Nobody. Ike, go ahead.
Well said. But could you imagine what would have happened if Yahusha says, oh, yes, let me run and see my mother? Can you imagine the mess, the greater mess that it would be today?
That's right. Okay, look at, I want to stay on this subject just for a second here, because it's been brought up several times in this conversation. Mary worship is idolatry, period. And the Catholics who promote this, there was one of their church fathers, if you will, wrote a book. And I'm not even going to tell you what it is. It's you don't really need to know. But he wrote this book, right? And it's part of the Catholic faith. And this book teaches everybody how to worship Mary. It's all about Mary worship and how to do it. Okay? This is where you find the story of Mary living in the temple and making curtains. It's in that book. And a lot of other things. All right? So look at 1 Timothy 2:5. I'll show you something real quick. 1 Timothy 2:5. Next, we'll back up to 3. So that'd be page 1163. 1163. 1 Timothy 2:3. For this is good and acceptable before Yahuwah our deliverer. Yahuwah our deliverer. That's the definition of the name Yahusha. Who desires all men to be delivered and to come to the knowledge of the truth. For there is one Yahuwah and one mediator between Yahuwah and men, the man, Mashiach Yahusha, who gave himself a ransom for all to be witnessed in its own seasons, for which I was appointed a proclaimer and an emissary. I am speaking the truth in Mashiach and not lying, a teacher of the nations in belief and truth. So what is this telling us? That's telling us that Mary is not a mediator. Why are you praying to Mary? There's only one mediator, and it's the man, Yahushua Mashiach, not Miriam. She's not a mediator between us and Yahuwah. There's only one. So this is what they do. They pray to Miriam, who they believe under consummation ideology that she was removed from the Eretz and wholly brought up into heaven in the flesh, and she's the queen of heaven, and people pray to her, and she mediates between them and Yahuwah, along with her son Yahusha. How many believe that? It's all part of Mary worship. Tad?
Oh, I was just going to say something. I just had something pop into my head. I don't want to say it was from Yahuwah, but it seems like it. That little children's rhyme, I believe, is
Tad.
Mary worship.
Tad, it popped into my mind too. I just said it to my wife. Oh my
Mary had a
goodness.
little lamb whose fleece was white as snow.
Yes.
And everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. Seems like that's Mary worship. Wow.
Right. Followed her.
It is.
Wait a minute. Followed her to school one day, which was against the rules.
I don't
I'm
remember
not
the
kidding you,
rest of it.
Tad. I just talked to my wife about that. We
Wow.
got it at the same time.
Well, there's the Ruach HaKodesh for you.
And not only that, Maryland. Notice before we get out of this 1 Timothy 2 here, how carefully, very carefully, that Paul expresses that there's only one Yahuwah and one mediator. He says this very carefully in a way to maintain the oneness of Yahuwah. He doesn't want to mislead anybody in thinking that there's two deities here, two beings. Very carefully does he say this in order to maintain the oneness of Yahuwah. You see it? There is one Yahuwah and one mediator between Yahuwah and men, and that man, Mashiach Yahusha. In other words, he's letting you know that that's Yahuwah's body. There's not two. It would say, and another, there's one Yahuwah and another mediator, or a different mediator. Paul's trying to be very careful in maintaining the oneness of Yahuwah here. Have everybody seen that? Picking up what I'm laying down on that? All right, look at John 14:6. So it's obvious Mary is not a mediator. They do that with other saints. Would they label saints dead people? They pray to Saint Michael, Saint Gabe, Saint this, Saint that. Oh, if you pray to this one, he'll give you good fortune. If you pray to this one, he'll give you a long life. They have, like these saints, have the ability to answer your prayer and give you what you're asking if you pray to them, that they've been assigned the ability to bless you in that area. And they wear those on their neck, a picture of Saint Joe or whoever that has the ability to grant you long life or protection or whatever. They're praying to the dead. That's also a big, strict, direct violation of the second commandment. But they topped it off. The cherry on the cake is Mary worship. Look at John 14:6. John 14:6. Yahuwah said to him, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. You cannot get to the Father through any other route, any other person, any made up saint, ordination of a saint or whatever. You can't do it. It has to be through the one mediator, the man, Yahushua HaMashiach. Can't do it through Mary. You can't do it through all these other saints, these dead people. It has to be through Yahushua. So that totally blows Mary worship out of the water. It's why he denied her. Go ahead, Tad.
I just had a quick question. Can you remind me one more time, Brother Mark, of the verse that started with blessed is the womb and the breasts that he suckled? Where was that at?
Oh, wasn't that in 11?
Luke 11?
I think so.
Yes, it was.
Yeah,
Thank
Luke
you.
11:27
Thank you.
and 28. Yeah, 27 and 28. Okay. So that's about as far as I want to go with that Mary worship. Go ahead, Sharon.
I just want to say I don't know of anybody that resurrected other than Yahushua. And that should explain it all. Dead is dead, is what I'm trying to say.
What's the difference between resurrection and being woke up? Because there's many examples of people who died and he brought them back to life. And we're getting ready to read about one in this very chapter. What's the difference, Sharon? I mean, Eleazar was brought out of the grave on the fourth day. What was the difference?
I would say that would be the Ruach.
Huh?
The Ruach.
Amen.
The Spirit. The Ruach HaKodesh.
Go ahead, Raul.
Those that
Raul?
were woken, those that were woken up will die again.
Right. So what's the difference between being woke up and the resurrection?
When
What
you
happens at the
resurrect, the resurrector is forever and ever.
It's permanent. Tad, go ahead.
That same exact thing that Brother Raul just said. Yeah, I agree with him 100%.
I do too. Anybody else? Any comments, thoughts, or questions? Sharon? Just thinking in there. I mean,
Go ahead.
No.
go ahead.
Oh, so the difference is the resurrection is the ones for eternal life, and the woke is for the ones to die again.
To death.
Is that right?
That's correct. And during the resurrection, what happened to Yahushua's body?
Go ahead, say it again.
He was transformed to glorified body.
There you go. Yeah, he was transformed, wasn't it, into immortality. That's the resurrection. Your body will be transformed into an immortal body, no longer flesh and blood. When they're woke up, their body's still flesh and blood. They just continue on like nothing happened, right? Okay. Anything else on that? Okay, very good. So here we can see and understand now why he's denying his mother and his brothers here, and they're acting in the flesh, and they don't know what they're doing, man. They think they're out to save him. He's done lost his marbles, and they need to go get him before people kill him for saying he's Yahuwah. You done lost it. Okay, very good. Anything else? Let's continue on then. Phil?
Verse 19, and his mothers and brothers came to him and were, oh, okay, wait a minute. I'm on 22, right? I thought I had it marked. Yeah, sorry. Verse 22, and on a certain yom it came to be that he entered into a boat with his pupils. And he said to them, let us go over to the other side of the lake. And they sailed away.
Okay, hang on a minute. Hold on. Okay, are we still on the same subject and context here, or have we changed subjects now?
Change subject.
We've changed subjects, right? Everybody see that? So we don't carry over. We're done with that conversation. We're on a new topic now. All right, and so we're here where it says, let us go over to the other side of the lake, and they sailed away. See that? What's that? What would that be?
Change the subject.
Change the subject and
location.
What location are they going to now then? If they're sailing across the lake, what are they doing? Where were they? They were in Galilee territory, northern Galilee. Where are they going now if they're sailing across the lake? Tad?
More than likely to Shomeron.
No.
No?
Was it Carpena? I think it's where he runs into the guys that were possessed, but I don't remember the name of the place.
Gadarenes.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the town they end up in. But they're going from the Galilee territory, northern Galilee territory, sail across. They're now, and they hit land. They're in the Golan Heights. Everybody familiar with the Golan Heights? A lot of things happen there. It's like a mountainous region. That a lot of things happen there. Okay, it's a very important location in Scripture, and that's where they're going to. Just so you get that. So the Golan Heights is right across Galilee, northeast. Okay. All right, let's go.
23. And as they were sailing, he fell asleep, and a windstorm came upon the lake, and they were filling up and were in danger. And they came to him and woke him up, saying, Master, Master, we are perishing. And he awoke and rebuked the wind and the raging of the water. And they ceased, and there came a calm. And he said to them, Where is your belief? And they were afraid and marveled, saying to one another, Who then is this, that he even commands the winds, the water, and they obey him?
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so back over here in Luke 7:49, it says, they say, and those who were sitting at the table with him, which is the same group that's in this boat, began to say among themselves, Who is this who even forgives sins? And then over here now they're saying, Who then is this that he even commands the winds and the water and they obey him? Why do they have to ask this question? Why are they even asking this?
They're still in doubt.
Raul?
They're still in the flesh. They don't believe that he is Yahuwah. They haven't received the Ruach. They're still in fleshly land.
Yeah. So isn't it amazing that his family, his mother, his brothers, and his sisters, his relatives, and even the 12 are not understanding who he is yet? They're still questioning, who is this? Tad, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say they have belief, but they also have a large measure of unbelief that they need help with. Is where they're coming from. Yeah, but I agree with Brother Raul. They're still in the mind of the flesh.
They have fleshly belief because they've seen these things, but their spirits still not believe.
I think they're looking for a superhero or something. I mean, something that they don't even know themselves, really. But to have a mere man in their eyes as a literal fleshly person, it doesn't make sense to them.
Yeah, he asked the question one time to his Talmudim, and he said, who are people saying that I am? And he said, well, some are saying you're Elijah. Some people are saying you're some great prophet that's come back to life. And then he says, well, who are you saying I am? Oh, we're saying that you're the son of Elohim. Okay. Which is just about as far as their little fleshly minds could let them understand. Okay. And so now they're not making a distinction yet, or they're not putting it together, the fact that the son of Elohim is Yahuwah revealed in the flesh or robed in flesh. And so they haven't really crossed over into truth far enough to know that it's Yahuwah standing in front of them in the flesh, incarnated. See? And so that's why they're asking, who then is this? This seems to be more than just the son of Elohim. Man, he's forgiven sins. He's commanding the winds and the water, and they obey him. So then who is this? He must be more than just the son of Elohim. You see that? So they're questioning their understanding of who he is. But yet they still not able to understand that he's Yahuwah because they're in the mind of the flesh. Any questions, comments, thoughts? Okay, Phil.
Verse 26. And they sailed to the country of Gadarenes, which is opposite Galil. And as he went out onto the land, he was met by certain men from the city who had demons for a long time. And he wore no garments, and he was not living in the house, but in the tombs.
Okay, hold on a minute.
Okay.
Are we in context here, or have we changed subjects?
Change subjects, I think.
Anybody else?
I agree with Phil.
Ike?
Well, they were sailing on the boat, so they're just now getting off the boat. I would say they're still in the same context. So.
Anybody else?
Yeah, but they reached the other side, so it's to me, it's something new.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Raul.
I think Luke is kind of in context, but Luke is giving you one example, and now he's going to give you another example of how he tries to prove to them that he's the Son of Man. It's
Anybody
like
else?
a part A, and a part B, but kind of the same story.
Yeah, that's right. And so what's happening here is we begin a new, journey here, a new conversation. And as they were sailing to the other side is what their intentions were. They encountered a storm. He calmed the storm, and they continued on their journey to the other side. And when they got there, they were met by a guy that was demon possessed. So this is same context. This has not changed. Okay, what has changed here is the events. So now we're getting it from one event into another event, but it's still in context of this journey, this conversation. But the events, there was if you take the calming of the wind and the water out, then you would see it would be the same conversation. But since something happened on the way there, it appears that the context has changed. The conversation changed, but it has not. Okay. So this is an interruption of the journey with an event. But then the journey continues on into the event that was supposed to happen in this story. Everybody picking up what I'm laying down on that? Go ahead, Phil.
That principality stirred up that storm, so he would not, hopefully, preventing him from delivering this man full of these demons, I think.
That could be. It does say that he's the prince of air, prince of the air, the devil, which may mean he has control over weather. You know what I mean? He's the prince of air, of the air. So that could be.
Well, and just as he delivered them out of the storm, he's going to deliver this man from these demons. So it's in context of that, I think.
Yeah, I do too. So it seems like he's going to confront the meddler. All right, he's going to go take care of the meddler now, the one that's trying to prevent them from getting there, killing them before they got there, because they don't want to give up that vessel, which we're going to find out they've owned that man for a long time. These demons, the devil. All right. Anything else? Let's go ahead and finish the journey here then.
Verse 28. And when he saw Yahusha, he cried out, fell down before him, and with a loud voice said, "What have I to do with you, Yahusha, son of the Most High Elohim? I beg you, do not torture me." For he commanded the unclean Ruach to come out of the man, for it had seized him many times, and he was bound with chains and shackles, being guarded. And breaking the bonds, he was driven by the demon into the lonely places. And Yahusha asked him, saying, "What is your name?" And he said, "Legion," because many demons had entered into him. and they were begging him that he would not command them to go out into the abyss. And a herd of many pigs was feeding there on the mountain, and they begged him to allow them to go into them, and he allowed them. And the demons, having gone out of the man, entered into the pigs, and the herd rushed down the steep place into the lake and drowned. And when those feeding saw what had taken place, they fled and reported it in the city and in the country. So they went out to see what had taken place, and came to Yahusha, and found the man from whom the demons had gone out, sitting at the feet of Yahusha, dressed and in his right mind, and they were afraid. And those who had seen it reported to them how he had been possessed by demons, was healed. And all the multitude of neighborhoods of the Gadarenes asked him to leave them, for they were seized with great fear. And he entered into the boat and returned. And the man from whom the demons had gone out was begging him to be with him. But Yahusha sent him away, saying, "Go back to your house and relate what Elohim has done for you." And he went away, proclaiming through the city what Elohim, or what Yahusha had did for him. And
Okay, stop right there.
Okay.
Hold up. Okay, so so here this, the story ends. This is the end of this conversation now. Okay. And he runs into this demon, and strangely here in Luke, he doesn't give us any secret information as far as numerology goes. He doesn't mention the 2,000 pigs, So in order to see that, we need to go over to Mark. But here where it says, "For he had commanded the unclean Ruach to come out of the man, for it had seized him many times." What does that mean? Was this demon coming and going? And many times? How is it that this man was getting rid of this demon, and he was coming back and repossessing him many times? Why? I mean, how was that happening? Go ahead, Raul.
I had a question. Could it mean that he had a legion of demons in him?
Well, since it's saying that he seized him many times, kind of like what Phyllis was hitting on earlier, every time he came back, he'd bring some more with him, like 7 more with him, right? And then they'd leave and they'd come back and they'd bring more with them. And then they'd leave and they'd come back and they'd bring more with them. Is that why this demon was doing that? So he could bring more into this man? Is that what was going on here? Why was this? How it seems like the demon was leaving him and then coming back. It said he seized him many times. Go ahead, Joshua.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with that, yeah, he was bringing back more with him. And it says legion. He said legion, right? Because many demons had entered him. So it tells you right there that he had many demons. But I just wanted to say that I thought it was very interesting that where in 31 it says, "And they were begging him that he would not command them to go out into the abyss." I just thought that's an interesting tidbit of information, because it tells you where they come from and why they want to get at us, because they don't like where they're at. Wherever it is, this abyss that they're in, they don't like it, and they use us, as it seems to be, as vessels to temporarily escape that, perhaps. I don't know, but I just thought that was an interesting piece of information that is really not expanded upon anywhere else in Scripture,
Yeah. The abyss would be total darkness. So there's Sheol, which we shouldn't really talk about, and there's the abyss, or the outer darkness, which we need to understand is non-existence. It's outside of the perimeter of life, which is Yahuwah. It's nothing can survive outside of Yahuwah. There's nothing there. And there's no existence outside of Yahuwah. It doesn't exist. So the abyss is pointing to non-existence. So this is not where they're from. Okay, they came from the Shemayim and left their principality, their territory, where they were from, which is the Shemayim, and they came down into our realm, into our dimension. Okay, and so what they're saying here is, don't destroy us. It's not our time to be destroyed. Throw us into these pigs and let's go about our business, until our time comes to be destroyed.
But is this why they want to come into us as vessels? Because where they're at in the Shemayim is not preferable, or I mean, I'm just trying to understand why they try to get at us all the time.
They want to possess people so that they can destroy Yahuwah's creation, harm Yahuwah's creation. That's why. They know they can't do nothing to Yahuwah, and so they're trying to attack Yahuwah or give Yahuwah pain through the creation he loves, which is us. Okay, it's kind of like, they can't get to a certain man because he's so powerful and well protected, and so instead of going after him, they go after one of his family members, somebody he loves. You know what I'm saying? So that's the same type of thing. Go ahead, Phil.
Do you think this man was in and out of belief, and therefore when he's in belief, and then when he would come out of belief, the demons gained more power? I don't know. It's just kind of something that came to mind.
I've contemplated this, and what came to my mind, what I kind of settled in on, was that they were leaving him because he was at the point of death. They had caused so much pain and suffering, attacked this man's body to a point of he was going to die. So he left and let him heal back up. And as soon as he healed back up, bam, they went back into him and started torturing him some more.
Because supposedly they hunger and thirst, and through one of us, not us, but these entities want to enter in so they can enjoy that part of life also, besides the fact that they're trying to destroy the image of Yahuwah.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because scripture tells us that messengers have the ability to appear in fleshly form as a man. So it makes you wonder if they can, being immortal creatures, if they can come in our likeness and flesh, which scripture does say they can. It says, beware who you entertain, because you may be entertaining a messenger that it makes you wonder, why don't they just appear as flesh, in which they probably do. And so there's a difference in them coming into our natural realm and appearing as flesh and walking among us as humans, versus possessing somebody, entering them because they're a spirit creature. They enter into somebody else's body, which they don't have ownership of or not allowed to do, but they do it so that they can directly attack Yahuwah's beloved, his creatures. And not only humans, but this tells us right here that they can possess animals by the example of pigs. And so if they can possess a pig, they can possess any animal if they want to. So if you get an animal who's supposed to be in fear of humans, not that they're scared that they can't kill us, they know that we're weaker than them, and they can attack us, kill us, and eat us if they want to, but they fear us because of the image, because we're made in the likeness and the image of the essence of Yahuwah, and they fear the image, and that's why they run from us. So any animal that's going against its nature, or command that Yahuwah gave them not to kill humans, to flee from humans, has to be demon possessed. They have a demon. If an animal will attack you, kill you, bite you, whatever, you got a demon in him, because that's going against what he's supposed to be doing, and that's fleeing from the image. They fear the image. It's put into them to fear the image. Go ahead, Ike.
In the later half of 28, when he says, in breaking the bonds, he was driven by the demon into a lonely place. Does that mean once the demon came out of him, he chased the man away? I don't quite understand that part.
Where is it at?
Verse 29, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
And breaking the bonds, he was driven by the demon into the lonely places. What does that mean? I don't understand that.
Back up. For he had commanded the unclean Ruach to come out of the man, for it had been seized many times, and he was bound with chains and shackles, being guarded. So people of the town there had shackled this guy, got a hold of him, shackled him up with chains and shackles, and he broke them.
Yeah, I got that.
He snapped those off and escaped, and he was even being guarded. So not only did they have him chained and shackled up, they had guards stationed to watch the guy, right? And so breaking the bonds, breaking the chains and the shackles, he was driven by the demon into a lonely place. So he ran away and up into the tombs. He was hiding from them in the tombs. So they had him shackled, chained and shackled and guarded down there somewhere around their town. And after he escaped and broke the shackles, he took off. The demon made him run away, and he ran up and hid in the tombs, in the lonely place. Nobody goes into tombs, but that's where this guy was living, within the tombs of the dead. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Go ahead, Ike.
I think it's very interesting when the Gadarenes told Yahusha to leave. That was like denying him, but he told that man to stay and tell everybody what he's done. So his words still went out to the Gadarenes. I just thought that was kind of cool. So
that is good.
And what a witness that man's going to have, having been possessed by demons.
Yeah.
That part where they were talking about going to the abyss, it was like they already knew where they were going. But is it our time? Because, doesn't know the day or time. They didn't even know either, right there.
Yeah, they knew. They just was confronting him. Are you going to throw us in the abyss before our time? In other words, he would have gone against his word if he was going to do that. But they were just kind of being smart alecky, I guess, at this point. They knew when it was going to happen.
I didn't see before our time. I only saw that you're going to throw us into the abyss. It doesn't say before.
Well, it's in other scriptures.
That's what I thought, but I was like,
they were shaking in the.
Yeah, they were knowing that's where they were going.
Go to Mark 5. A lot of things I say, it's written in scriptures, I just say them, but, I'm not interested in proving every little thing I say.
No, Mark, I understand that. I know that scripture before our time, but I was just saying that particular one, it was just the way they put it, or Luke put it, that these demons or fallen angels knew that their time is to go to the abyss. So, but maybe not right now, but they know that's their ending, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And Yahusha even cleaned up the earth from letting the pigs go off the side, because you don't want to eat that meat, because the demons would be in that meat. you know,
Pig is unclean.
because a pig is unclean, but also, yeah, that goes to meat and it doesn't come out when you eat it. Yeah.
So in a way, did he spare these, these demons? I mean, so they used the demons used the pigs so that they would, and then they ran off the edge and died. So that released them back to the Shemayim, where they came from. I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't.
Yeah, the demons didn't die with the pigs. The pigs, when they were demon possessed, they took off running and fell off the cliff, right? And they all died, right? And we need to turn to Mark 13, 5:13 to understand that a little bit better. So go to Mark 5, basically 13. It's on page 1076. There's some interesting things here. So this guy dwelling in the tombs. And no one was, I'm back way up here to 4, and no one was able to bind him, not even with chains, because he had often been bound with shackles and chains, but the chains had been pulled apart by him, and the shackles broken in pieces. And no one was able to tame him. And continually, day and night, he was in the mountains and in the tombs, crying out and cutting himself with stones. So all this is he's being manipulated by these demons. And seeing Yahusha from a distance, he ran and bowed down to him. And having called out with a loud voice, said, "What have I to do with you, Yahusha, son of the Most High All? Pledge to Elohim not to torture me." For he had said to him, "Come out of the man, unclean Ruach." So here he's talking to the Ruach. And he was asking him, "What is your name?" And he answered, saying, "My name's Legion, for we are many." And he begged him very much that he would not send them out of the region. Now a great herd of pigs was there, feeding near the mountains. And all the demons begged him, saying, "Send us to the pigs so that we enter into them." And he gave them permission, and the unclean Ruachs came out and entered into the pigs. They were about 2,000, and the herd rushed down the steep field into the sea and drowned in the sea. Okay, so here now we get a figure on this herd of 2,000. And so the secrets of the reign of Yahuwah is revealed here in the fact that this 2,000 would represent the end times. And so, in other words, after Yahusha's time has expired, and on the 4th day, the end of the 4th day, there'll be 2,000 more years until his second coming. That's what this is revealing. Go ahead, Ted.
No, that was about what I was going to say. It just represented 2 days or 2,000 years.
Right. And so then to understand it, instead of torturing me, just send us into the pigs, and that'll be our punishment, to possess pigs rather than humans, since they're unclean spirits and the pigs were unclean animals. We'll possess them instead of the human, and then so they did that, and then they made them run down there and die because they went crazy because the demons went into them and drove the pigs mad, and they ran off the cliff and killed themselves. And then, of course, the demons would have scattered at that point, since they were spiritual creatures, made immortal. There's no way that they died. Only the fleshly pigs died. Any more questions? comments, thoughts on this? Go ahead, Ike.
I'm not doubting it or anything, but I've never heard that about the 2,000 years. I would love to get some insight on that. Maybe not today, but maybe some other time. That's kind of cool.
Well, it's all part of the secret prophecies of Yahuwah and his creation timeline.
Okay.
Okay. And so, first thing we have to do is study and find out where scripture tells us that man only has 6,000 years to rule over himself. Okay. And then we got to understand when the great light came, which is at the end of the 4th day. So if you take your 6,000 years allocated to mankind to rule over himself, and the great and the lesser light came on the 4th day, and you subtract that 4,000 from 6,000, what do you have? You have 2,000. That's how many years is left that we call the end times before the second coming of Yahusha. So his first coming was during the last year of the 4th millennium, year 4,000, and his second coming will be at the end of the 6th millennium, or on the 6,000th day year. Would be his second coming. So what's the difference? What's the time difference in that? 2,000 years. Anytime Yahusha uses 2,200, he's referring to the end times. When he uses 440, 400, 4,000, he's referring to the first coming. When he uses 666, 600, 6,000, he's referring to the second coming. So it's not just a little short explanation. It's something that you have to spend a lot of time on and study and understand the secrets of the reign of Yahuwah, and understand that there's secret prophecies built into the 7 days of creation, his creation timeline. So he was prophesying from day one of his creation to us, but secretly. That's the key to understanding that. Then there's great verses in scripture.
Yeah, it's just something the Ruach hasn't revealed to me yet. I appreciate it. He just did. So thank you.
Okay, so a very quick example to understand this is in Job 5:19. It says, in 6 distresses he delivers you. That's 6,000 years. And in 7, no evil strikes you, which means that's the 7,000th year of the millennium reign. That's telling you have 6,000 years to be delivered, and after that, the millennium reign's coming.
Yeah, I got it. That's the nail in the coffin right there. That explains it.
And then you have Hosea 6, which also kind of confirms. Hosea 6 says, "Come and let us turn back to Yahuwah, for he has torn, but he does not. But he does heal us. He has stricken, but he binds us up. After 2 yamim, or 2,000 years, he shall revive us. On the 3rd yam, he shall raise us up so that we live before him." That's the 7,000th year of the millennium reign. So he came on the 4th day. Then after 2 more days, okay, he shall revive us. That's resurrection. And on the 3rd day, which is the millennium reign, he shall raise us up so that we live before him. Speaking of the first resurrection in the millennium reign right there, the fact of it is there's 6,000 years, and then one more extra bonus round of 1,000 years, which he calls the millennium reign. Go ahead, Phyllis.
You did an excellent study on that, Mark. I think, I'm not sure, but I think the title was 6,000 Years and the Beast.
Yes. Yeah, there's several really good ones. Yeah, that's it. That covers it. Yeah, so if you look into on this channel and you hit the live tab, You'll see that one she was just talking about. I'll explain a lot of that to you. I could 6,000 years in the millennium reign, but there's also a few other ones that we've studied this topic pretty heavy, and there's a couple really in depth, I mean really deep conversations and studies on this topic that we've studied in the past. So if you're really interested in it, dig those up and take a look at them. Anybody else? All right, let's go back to Luke 8.
Verse 40. And it came to be when Yahusha returned that the crowds gladly received him, for they were looking for him.
Okay, stop. And now we've changed subjects now or not? Yeah, this is now a new conversation. Now we're going into a whole different subject. Okay, let's go.
41. And see, there came a man whose name was Yair, and he was the ruler of the congregation. And falling down at the feet of Yahusha, he was calling upon him to come to his house, because he had an only daughter, about 12 years of age, and she was dying. And as he went, the throng crowded upon him. And the Asha, having a flow of blood for 12 years, who, having spent all her wealth on physicians, was unable to be healed by any, came from behind and touched the tzitzit of his garment, and immediately her blood flow stopped. And Yahusha said, "Who touched me?" And when all had denied it, Kepha and those who were with him, Master, the throng crowds you and pressed upon you, and you say, "Who touched me?" But Yahusha said, "Somebody did touch me, for I knew the power went out from me." And the Asha, seeing that she was not hidden, came trembling and falling down before him. She declared to him in the presence of all the people why she touched him and how she was healed immediately. And he said to her, "Take courage, daughter. Your belief has healed you. Go in peace." While he was still speaking, someone came from the ruler of the congregation's house, saying to him, "Your daughter is dead. Do not trouble the teacher any further." And Yahusha, having heard, answered him, saying, "Do not be afraid, only believe, and she will be healed." And coming into the house, he allowed no one to go in except Kepha and Jacob and Euchanan and the girl's father and mother. And they were all weeping and mourning for her. And he said, "Do not weep. She is not dead, but sleeps." And they were laughing at him, knowing that she was dead. But taking her by the hand, he called, saying, "Child, arise." And her Ruach returned, and she rose up immediately. And he directed that she be given nourishment to eat. And her parents were astonished, but he ordered them to say to no one what had taken place.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you for your patience and your reading.
Thank you, Phil.
Of course. Yes, Phyllis was supposed to take over, wasn't she?
Phyllis got away with one on that.
Yeah, she did.
I was taking a nap.
Okay, so this was quite a bit. I just wanted this conversation to roll on, and so that we saw the beginning of the change of conversation or topic and the end of it. But a lot here. This part up here where she touched his tzitzit of his garment, and immediately the flow of blood stopped, and he knew that somebody had touched her. What do y'all think that the message here is behind this event? Why was this added into the memoirs here of Yahusha? Funny that the connection of the little girl was 12 years of age, and the blood flow of this woman lasted for 12 years. You picked up on that. Go ahead, Tad.
I was just going to say that it has nothing to do with the seat itself. It's not the fact that she touched that. It's her great belief that delivered her. She could have done something completely different. She could have touched his hand or whatever. It doesn't matter about the seat. It matters about her great belief.
And he felt that. He felt that himself because there was a throng of people brushed up against him, touching him. And he felt, it says right here where he felt his power, something leave him.
Yeah, because of her great belief.
But it says, for I knew power went out from me. But Yahusha said, this is 46. But Yahusha said, somebody did touch me, for I knew power went out from me. So he didn't even see her touch him, but he felt, because of her belief, I guess the power of himself healed her. And he felt that. And that's why he asked who, you know what I mean? Because there were so many people brushing up against him and touching him and everything else. But he felt her belief.
Right. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Well, it may not have mattered that she touched the tzitzit, but she was touching the tzitzit because they represent the commandments and righteousness.
That's true, they do, but I don't think she had that in mind when she did that. Her belief was, this is what she was believing. If I can just touch him, even as it seats, I'll be healed. This is what she was believing in. Okay. So by merely touching him, she believed as a child that if she touched him, she would be healed. And so the belief she had of a child when she did this act, which he had no idea, he knew, but literally he had no idea that this woman was going to do this. And so when she touched him, what happened? Well, he tells us what happened in 48. Take courage, daughter. Your belief has healed you. Go in peace. So it was her belief, not her understanding or knowledge, but her belief that because she believed as a little child, if I could just touch him, I'll be healed. That's amazing belief. Where did we hear this before? This has been said in several other places. Where have we heard this before? Go ahead, Raul.
Unless you have the belief of a child, you won't go in. You won't go in. I guess you won't go into the eternal life. You have to have that belief as a child. And I have another question, if you don't mind. Does the 12-year-old and the 12 years have anything to do with the 12 Talmudim and the 12 tribes?
Yes. All that together points toward the perfect governance of Yahuwah. So his government, his way of ruling is perfect. That's what that means. Go ahead, Joshua.
I was just going to say, to answer your question, what does it remind you of? It reminds me of the Shah who washed his feet and gave him perfume, and she was a sinner.
Huh?
And he tells her to go in peace, right? And then he tells this one to go in peace as well. So
that's right. He tells her, your belief has delivered you. Go in peace. He said the exact same thing to the woman who was washing his feet. So there has to be some kind of similarity here. And that is what? Their belief in deliverance. He would deliver them.
Pure belief.
We also found it somewhere else. What'd you say, Raul?
I said that it's that pure belief, the belief as a child, like you tell us that parents deceive their kids with a man with a beard, and they find out it's not true, and they lose that pure belief that they're born with.
That's right. So we find this same example in the Roman centurion, don't we? Where he said, "Not in all of Israel have I seen such belief." All right, remember that? Because he believed as a little child. Go ahead, Ted.
I have kind of a similar example. If we go back to Luke 6, verse 19, it says, "And all the crowds were seeking to touch him, for power went out from him, and healing them all."
That's right. So if they believed that just by merely touching him, they would be healed, and they really truly believed that, then when they touched him, they were healed. Their belief healed them. He didn't have to do anything. Their belief on its own healed them. Yeah, that's mind-blowing. So that's why this is in there. So she came looking for help, and she believed that just by merely touching him, she would be healed. And I don't know if we can even go as far as saying that her goal was to touch his sissies. I don't know. I think she even had that in her mind. I think that when she fought her way through that crowd, okay, the only chance she got was to touch them. That was it. That was her final attempt to touch him. She stretched out as far as she could, and the only thing she almost didn't touch him, but just at the very last second, she got to touch that sissy, and she just maybe raked a finger across it. And her belief was so great as a child that just by doing that, power went out from him and healed her because of her belief. I think that was her attempt, her final attempt to be able to touch him. That's all she had. If she would have missed that, she would have missed her opportunity to touch him, at that particular moment. Not to say she wouldn't have kept following him and kept trying, but that's what it seems to me. I don't think that was her goal, to go up and touch his issue, but just merely to touch him anywhere, no matter where it was. In other words, man, it wasn't the act of touch of the Zetzeth had no power, like Tad was saying, or his garment or anything else. The power was in her belief that she'd be healed by touching him. That's where the power came out of him, because of her belief. That's why he said, "Take courage, daughter, your belief has healed you. Go in peace now."
Yeah, but it seems like Phyllis is onto something, though, as far as symbolically, the Zit being mentioned, It didn't just say she just touched him. It said that he, a very specific part of his body, So I think the book, it's not that the ZZ had any power, but I think there's something symbolic of that verse mentioning the ZZ,
And what would it be? What you tell me? How that relates to her belief healing her? I mean, you can't just say something without being able to explain it. What's your thoughts behind that?
My thought would be that the ZZ, as she said, it represents the Torah and the commandments.
It actually represents you remembering to obey the Torah. That's what it represents. So, it's something that reminds you that you're supposed to be obeying Torah.
But it's also a sign of obedience.
It's obedience?
wearing seat is a sign of obedience because you're commanded to do it. They represent the commandments. But that's okay. I can believe that. You don't have to.
It's not a salvational issue for sure.
No, I don't think it's salvational. I just think I think maybe it's symbolically reminding us, by even just mentioning that,
It may just be as simple as that's what she touched. She didn't touch his hand. She didn't touch his garment. She didn't touch his sandal. She didn't touch his hair. She touched his tzitzit. And power came out. It could just be that simple. There again, sometimes us humans, we like to overreach, man. Oh, it's got to mean something. There's got to be something more to it, or they wouldn't have mentioned it. It'd just be our imagination running away with us too. I don't see that, where if we relate to this meaning something other than just that's where she touched him, that's where she was able to reach to and actually get through the crowd and touch him was there. If we put too much into that, then we're almost praising or worshiping tzitzits. Like they're powerful and can do something for you. And they cannot. Not even the Torah has power over your flesh. It can't do nothing for you either. If you think you can be delivered by obeying Torah, good luck to you. Good luck. Scripture says tzitzits are there to remind you to obey the 10 Commandments, right? And then he turns around and tells us that he's doing something new. Something new. Renewed covenant, where he's going to take and write those commandments on your inward parts and put them on your heart and give you a heart of flesh and take away that heart of stone. And so if they're written inside of you, why you have to be reminded to obey them? Because you've become the letter now. You're the walking Torah. Why would you have to be reminded to obey Torah if you're the walking Torah? That's who you are. Makes no sense, does it? Go ahead, Sharon.
He was saying, I mean, in the teetsies and all, but he says, who touched me? He said it a couple times, who touched me. Okay. So there was an emphasis on his word, who touched me, even though it says teetsies here. But when Tad said that thing about, I guess it's is Luke 6, he knew that woman was going to touch him, but he also knew that this crowd, but he also didn't tell them, or did he say that? The power went out from him. So they were seeking to touch him. So it was a thought. And this over here is that it was her thought. And then that's what she reached for and touched the tzitzit. But he said he touched her. So it was the thought that made it so powerful. I mean, the power that made it healed her.
It was the belief.
Everything. Yes.
It was belief.
Thank you.
Not the thought, but the belief.
But the thought was that he put it like he wanted to know. No, you touched me, not just the tzitzit. So it had to do with thought and the faith and the confession that she did. And yeah, it was just to show his who he was.
And he said, somebody did touch me. It don't matter if it's part of your garments and somebody touches it. It's common to say that somebody touched me. If I'm wearing a hat and you touch my hat, I say somebody touched me, or who touched me, or somebody touched my shirt like this. I say who just touched me, even though maybe they didn't physically touch my skin. I don't think there's a lot there to that other than what it's saying. There again, man, we have to be careful to overreach. You know, he can get us in trouble. Go ahead, Ted.
I don't know this for sure, but it sounds to me like she might have known, since it was in Luke 6 that all the crowds were seeking to touch him. She might have known that. She might have heard rumor of that. You know, hey, man, all we got to do is touch him and the power went out. She might have known that. And so that's why she was doing that.
Absolutely. That's why the crowds, when Peter was walking through that town and all the crowds were lined up on the one side. So because even his shadow fell on him, it chased out demons. They just wanted his shadow to touch him. And they believed that they would be healed. And they were. There was a bunch of people healed from demon possession because Peter's shadow fell on them. They all lined up on that side of the road. So there's no doubt she had heard this. Man, all you got to do is touch him and you're healed. And she's like, I'm going to get me some of that. All right. So her goal was to touch him. And she didn't care where she touched him as long as she touched him. So to me, this was like a last ditch effort, a struggle, a reach. I got to get him. I got to get him. He's walking by. I got to get him. And bam, her fingers were able to scrape across those zitzis. And that was enough for his power to be released on her and to heal her through her belief. Nothing other than her belief that could happen. Go ahead, Ted.
You were asking earlier about examples of that. I think I might have found another example in the man who was paralyzed. But having found no way to bring him in because of the crowds, they went up on the rooftop and let him down with his bed through the tiles into the middle before Yahusha. And having seen their belief, it says. I don't know if that's the same. He said to him, man, your sins are forgiven. It seems like, you know, it's kind of the same concept.
Yeah. Yeah, belief like a child, man, is powerful stuff. That's what this is really all about. This isn't all about where she touched him or what does that symbolically mean or this or that. What this is all about, and the reason it's in here and even being talked about is because of the great belief of this woman. How she was healed through her own belief as a child. That's why it corresponds with the woman that wiped and cleaned his feet with her tears and hair. That's why it corresponds with the Roman centurion. Because it's all about great belief and about the Samaritan woman or the Gentile woman who came for healing for her daughter. And he said, you know, I just came, you know, I'm not going to give to dogs for the children of Israel. He said, but master, even the little dogs eat the crumbs that fall from the master's table. And because of her great belief, he healed her daughter, and they were Gentiles. It's what it's all about. All that other stuff is an overreach. We're not catching the main reason that we find this story in scriptures. It's because of her great belief.
Though, I don't think any of us are saying that it has any power or anything like that. We're just saying that the mentioning, just the pure mention of zitzit can be symbolic. It's not the overarching point of anything, but it is mentioned. You know what I mean? So I think that's the point.
The only thing that's symbolic about that is Yahusha wore tzitzis. And why did he wear them? Because he came under the old priesthood. That's why.
Okay, well, that could be it. That could be it then. But I'm just saying, no matter how big or small, I mean, it's still, we're just mentioning it. You know?
If it says he touched the sandal, or he touched his hat, or he touched his garment, would it change the meaning? No. Why?
No, it's not going to change the meaning of the belief.
Behind the belief.
But it just mentions, it says zitzit specifically. So we're not looking too deep into it. I think we're just mentioning it. You know, I mean, I just think it's a mention in passing. We're not trying to give it any kind of power or anything like that. So
exactly, Joshua. Thank you.
Okay.
Because I do agree with you. I agree with everything that you're saying, Mark, but I think you're taking it a little bit too far yourself in the other direction from what we're trying to say. I don't think we're trying to hold it up above anything that's being talked about here. In fact, I think we're spending too much time on it as it is, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, let's just leave it there and we'll move on. Okay, so let's go down and say, we'll get away from this woman here then and go down to the daughter that's dead. Do not trouble the teacher any further. Your daughter's dead. He said, do not be afraid, only believe. So here's belief again. And only believe, and she shall be healed. Now, if they didn't believe, then she wouldn't be able to be healed, right? But then it comes right back and says, and coming into the house, he allowed no one to go in except Kepha, Jacob, and Yehukanan, and the girl's father and mother. And they were weeping and mourning. And he said, do not weep. She is not dead, but sleeps. And they were laughing at him, knowing that she died. So does this mean they didn't believe? Because right up there, he said, do not be afraid, only believe, and she shall be healed. It sounds like to me they're not believing if they're laughing at him and making fun of him. What's going on here?
Yeah, it makes you wonder on whose belief was it that delivered this girl, that allowed, her to be woken up, because her parents were astonished, it says.
Yeah, it says
they were freaking out.
53 says, and they were laughing at him, knowing that she was dead. So who are they? Yeah, obviously it was her parents, because they knew she was dead. Maybe not Kepha, Jacob, and Yehukanan, because they had just arrived there with Yahusha. But the parents already knew she was dead, because they were weeping and mourning for her. And he said, she's not dead, she's just sleeping. Why did he say that? Why do you say she's not dead, she's just asleep? Go ahead, Ike.
I mean, because to him, she was. But the parents laughing like that just shows lack of faith. I don't know how to describe it. I mean, I'm surprised Yahusha didn't just put them down. I don't know.
Raul?
Okay. I think the parents might have been believed, but there was a person that came them and told them, your daughter's already dead. And it seems like there was people gathered at his house. And maybe those were the ones laughing and saying, when he heard him say, your daughter's just asleep. Maybe I'm taking this out of context.
That's a little bit out of context, because he's obviously in their house now. And he only took Kepha, Jacob, and Yehukanan and the parents. See that? Because they were laughing and knowing she was dead, but taking her by the hand, he called, saying, child, arise. So they were in their house. The whole crowd wasn't in there.
It's hard for me as a parent thinking that I would be laughing at anything when I think my daughter is passed away. That's the only thing that came to my mind.
Yeah, it's weird that they were laughing.
That
like
is way out of line.
Might have been hysterical.
Is it possible that it's a Hebraism? Maybe we need to ask Lou.
Do not weep, she is not dead, but sleeps.
No, the laughing, and they
were laughing at him, knowing that she was dead.
Maybe that is a Hebraism. Maybe they weren't actually laughing.
Oh, I don't think so. I think this was a physical act. But taking her by the hand, he called, saying, child, arise.
The reason I said that, the
They
reason
were
I said
doubting
that,
in their literal world. She was dead, as far as they were concerned. She had stopped breathing. She was a cold slab of meat laying there, and they knew that. And when he said she's not dead, they started laughing, like almost like, "How can you say that? Look at her," you know. And it was more of a hysterical laugh. They weren't laughing because it was funny that their daughter was dead. They were laughing because of what he said. Okay, and that's why I asked. He said, "Do not be afraid, only believe, and she shall be healed." So it's just laughing, denying that he said she's not dead but asleep, is showing a lack of belief. And if it was, then why did he go ahead and heal her? Because he said that they had to believe in order for her to be healed. Go ahead, Raul.
because, okay, it says, while he was still speaking, someone came from the ruler of the congregation's house, saying to him, "Your daughter is dead. Do not trouble the teacher." And Yahushua, having heard, answered the person that came, saying that, "Do not be afraid, only believe, and she will be healed."
Right. But then they went to the house. And when he entered the house, he only took the three with him and the parents into the house. Now they're in there all alone. And he said, "She's only asleep. She's not dead." And they laughed.
It must be a nervous laugh.
Yes, it was a nervous, hysterical laugh. That's what it was. You know, it wasn't, they weren't laughing because they thought it was funny that she was dead. They thought it was kind of ironic that he would say she's not dead when it was obvious she was, as far as literal sense goes. See what I mean? Look, when there's a tragedy or something really bad happens, okay, there's people that laugh. I don't know if you've ever known anybody like that, but they laugh.
A nervous laugh.
Because of the tragedy, it's how their body has to react to that tragedy to keep them from going out of their mind. There's people that react that way when a tragedy happens. I've seen it, man, a lot of times. Matter of fact, when I was younger, I would react to tragedy that way myself. You know, I wasn't laughing because of the tragedy, but because my body and mind was causing me to react that way to keep me from going nuts. Go ahead, Dad.
I think I might have found the answer. The one that believed was the girl herself. Before she died, she had the belief.
Where are you getting that at?
I'm not. It's a guess.
Oh.
I'm
maybe
not where it says anything like that in the scripture. I'm just thinking she must be the one that had the belief, so he raised her. It's just an assumption.
And Yahushua, having heard, answered him, saying, "Do not be afraid, only believe, and she shall be healed." So he's speaking to someone, the guy that said, saying, somebody from the ruler of the congregation house came and said, "Your daughter is dead. Do not be troubled anymore." And he, having heard, answered him. So he was talking to him, the ruler of the congregation, who he was talking to. You see that? So he was talking to the ruler of the congregation, and he told her, "Don't be afraid, only believe, and she shall be healed." So he was talking to that person. So maybe that person's belief is what allowed him to heal that little girl. And it wasn't the parents' belief at all. Who was he talking to? While he was still speaking, someone came from the ruler of the congregation's house, saying to him, "Your daughter is dead. Do not trouble the teacher any further." And Yahusha, having heard, answered him, saying, do not be afraid, only believe, and she shall be healed. So maybe it was the ruler of the congregation's belief that healed this little girl, not the parents at all. Because it sounds like down here that they didn't have any belief enough to heal her, because when he said she is not dead but sleeps, they were laughing at him, knowing that she was dead. They were already in the house now. Just the three, Talmudim, and the two parents, 5 people, and Yahusha, and the little dead girl. See what I'm saying? So highly unlikely that they had enough belief or that he would raise her from the dead to begin with, much less after he said she's not dead, she's just sleeping, because they laughed, which means they definitely did not have belief as a child, or it was just an involuntary reaction to the tragedy. Like I said, there's many, many people that react to tragedy, they laugh. And it's not because they're laughing because somebody died or got hurt or because of the tragedy, man. It's just the way their mind reacts to something, a tragedy, something that bad. They have to, or they'll go nuts. Look it up and read about it. I've known people that do that. Go ahead, Ike.
So that would explain why he went ahead and healed her. Because I read this earlier and I was wondering, well, why did he do it? So yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
Well, makes sense.
Yes,
Could it
you,
have
you were right
Go ahead.
about people that laugh, because what the laughter is about is because they don't know what to do. So to keep from going into insanity, they laugh for that release, that hormone to release, so that they don't lose it.
Right. It's almost a way for the human mind to turn tragedy into a fantasy, like it really didn't happen. It's protecting your mind from flipping out. You can read about it, and it's on the internet. I mean, it's just some kind of weird reaction that some people have to tragedy that keeps them from going nuts. That's what it is. Well, it could be that.
Also,
I think
the chances are these.
Go ahead.
Also, these chances are these people. I mean, I've heard of Yahusha and some of the things that he's done, right? So, I mean, with the knowledge of that and what he's saying out of his mouth, probably, and hearing the stories about him and what he's been doing, could have been like a cause that reaction as well. Like wow, that's, and they can't believe that could happen. But in some way they know it could happen with him. You know what I mean? I don't know how to really explain it very well, but
Okay, so he took her hand, said, "Child, arise," and her breath returned her Ruach. She started breathing again, and she rose up immediately, and he directed that she should be given nourishment to eat. Why did he do that? She woke up immediately and right away said, "Give her something to eat."
It's part of showing that you're alive when you eat something and it nourishes you back. People that are sick, usually they don't want to eat.
There you go. So that was showing that she had been totally healed, but she had an appetite in order to eat. Shows that she was no longer sick, as she'd been fully healed, put back to perfect health. Okay, and then and her parents were astonished, but he ordered them to say to no one what had taken place. Now, why in the world is he telling them to tell nobody, what had taken place? Even though everybody knew about him at this point. The cat was out of the bag a long time ago. There's no hiding anymore of who he is. Everybody knew. At least they knew who he was proclaiming to be. And so why is he now saying to them to say to no one what has taken place? How come? You would think at this point it really didn't matter. The more the people know about his miracles and his works and everything, the better off it'd be. The Besorah would be spread farther and wider. So why all of a sudden, don't tell nobody again? Why did he go back to that? After throngs and throngs and towns and villages and people from cities everywhere was coming to him and to see him, to listen to him, to touch him, and to be healed. And all of a sudden, don't tell anybody I did this? Why? Joshua?
Because look what happened with him and Alazar when he raised Alazar. It was a whole big deal. And that's really when the Pharisees and whatnot started losing their power, they started losing their pull over the people, So I think he thought if people would know about that, he could get in trouble, and it wasn't his time yet. So.
I like when you said that, what you said in the beginning, when you said that they, boy, that just flew right out of my mind. What'd you say in the beginning, Joshua? What's the first thing you said?
I don't know. Now that you said it lost your mind, it flew out of my mind as well. It just.
He said, remember what happened to when he did that to what was his name?
Alazar. Okay, that's it. Yeah, I like that part because what happened is they were out to kill Alazar as well. They were searching to kill him. So maybe he said, "Don't tell anybody about this because she's a witness to who I am." And they'll try to find her and maybe kill her, or even kill you guys since you witnessed it. I like that point. I think that's probably spot on, man. I think we can just end that right there. That's a great point. Because why else would he say that, man? I mean, so many people have seen signs, wonders, and miracles. Signs and wonders is the same thing as saying miracles. In Scripture, instead of saying miracles, it usually say sign and wonders. And so many people have seen him raise people from the dead, heal people, chase out demons, and all that. That there's no use in hiding it anymore. So there has to be another reason behind him telling them not to go tell anybody what happened. And I think that is the reason, right? You just brought up. So it wouldn't bring any harm to the little girl or the parents. Because nobody saw it, did they? The only ones that knew what happened was those in that house. The 6 and the little girl, making 7. Any comments, questions, or thoughts on chapter 8? Go ahead, Joshua.
No, you know what? I was just I was looking at this page, and I'm looking at 9, and
yeah,
I just see just scanning through the words. This is not. I'm not saying anything in specifics, but there's a lot of 12s everywhere. I mean, if you just took the chapter 9 away, and you just looked at it as one page without the chapter number, there's just 12s everywhere, and then it goes to 5 2s, 5s and 2s, and then back to a 12 on the other next page, and there's a lot of numbers being thrown around on these pages here. That's all. That's all I wanted to say. And they're similar numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an amazing thing in Scripture where we do have, sometimes I think they all mean something secretly, but sometimes we're able to see what they really mean. You know what I'm saying? We get the message like 12. It's the perfect governance of Yahuwah is what it represents. Go ahead, Ike.
Can I skip ahead and ask a question about chapter 9?
Go ahead.
Verse 27. But truly I say to you, there are some standing here who shall not taste death at all till they see the reign of Yahweh. I don't understand that.
Oh, well, we're going to get into that next week. But basically, this is a precursor of the transfiguration on the Mountain of Olives. It's where he revealed himself, revealed his body of light. Okay, and he had several Talmudim with him when he did that. Remember, he turned into the body of light, and Moshe and Elijah came there, and so therefore this could represent the reign of Yahuwah, and his body of light, no longer in the body of flesh, and Elijah and Moshe being in the eternal reign, and he could be showing them that they got a glimpse of it, that the eternal reign. And so that prophecy there, that prediction would come true. It could also be speaking about Yehukanan being the Talmudim student who Yahusha loved, the pupil whom Yahusha loved, would not die until the end of the tribulation years, is one of the witnesses.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, but I don't know. No.
But I think since it's in context to the transfiguration, that's what it's talking about. It gets fulfilled in that same chapter. We'll go over that in a lot more great detail next week. It's really an exciting study. Go ahead, Tad. No? Anybody else got any questions, thoughts, comments on chapter 8? Okay. So as you can see, very many topics here, a lot to take in. Not really anything to me that stands out. I mean, it was all fairly important along the way, and with a lot of different events and messages, and that goes along with that chapter. It's totally amazing how much is in it. So if there's no further questions, comments, or thoughts on it,
Go ahead.
then I'm going to close this study off. Oh, you got a question? Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, this is a comment. Is this how much childlike faith, how important it is? Because it's all throughout the scriptures. It's like blowing me away. So it's cool.
Yeah, very good point. This chapter's loaded with that.
Yeah.
It's really I guess if we have to pick a main theme for chapter 8, it would be belief as a child.
Yeah.
Cool. And
that's that verse that Father had me learn. You are of Yahuwah, little children, and have overcome them, because greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world. And that one just really, I get verses that just stick so, but we can't overcome. And it's in 1 John 4:4. But it's like those, we got to come like little children and overcome all this. So it just really stuck with me.
Yeah. Anybody else? All right, today's study's concluded, man. Well, we'll get back into this in chapter 9 next week. There's nothing wrong with debating a little bit, even though we're not supposed to have intense debates and quarreling over scriptures. But obviously, we all have our beliefs and we bring a lot of our knowledge from our past. We all have different past with us into this study sometimes. And it's best if we release that and not bring it with us and try to learn straight out of Scripture rather than stick up for our past teachings that we were taught when we were smaller. We all come from different backgrounds. I know there's Catholics here, there's Protestants, things like that, and we all were taught other more, different things than others were taught, depending on what denomination you came out of. But the goal is not to defend those traditions. But the goal is to come into this with a mind, an exegesis mindset, and try to learn directly from scriptures without bringing any interference of our past life into the study. We have to be reminded of that and remember that. And I'm including myself when I say we all, because I find myself struggling against past teachings as well. And it's a refining process. And every single one of us are going through that. No one's exempt from that. So we have to have patience. We have to have, we have to be kind and gentle. And when we participate together, because last thing we want to do is cause any hurt feelings or anything like that. If it's not a salvation issue, it's best to leave it there and move on. We can always return back to it, and we come across the teaching somewhere else that proves or points us into a better understanding, and we can bring it up. Okay? But at the time, in the moment, best to leave it go. And that's what we need to do. Go ahead, Sharon.
First of all, I'm not Catholic, but isn't Catholic always is the like root of all the other religions? Is
That's
what I'm
another.
understanding from Lou, that these all are created from this Catholic religion.
Actually, it all came from Hinduism.
Hinduism,
And then the Catholics adopted all
adopted it, right? Yes. So it's like, I talked to many religions, but it was great that you brought up that little book about Mary, because I didn't know where she got that from. And I just like, so, it's they're so tied into this Mary thing, and you just got to give them the word. And that's what I just try to do. Give them the word. And, where'd you find that in the word? And then she'll say, well, this book. And I'll say, well, it says not to use second books, to a second book. And I point her to those, but yeah, I mean.
Let me say something.
Go ahead.
Okay. Also, I wanted to say something is I can speak for myself, but we are learning. Yes. We are growing.
Yeah, again.
And we appreciate you all's patience with us. Mm-hmm. We appreciate being in your group.
Yes.
We appreciate what the Ruach is doing here.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know really how to explain it. If we say something, it's not that we're trying to be spiteful or hateful.
Mm-hmm.
It's just maybe we just don't know or we don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
So, but we appreciate you all, and we want to be a part. Part of the Ruach.
I didn't think anything different than this is my family, because I knew when I heard Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah, I went, nobody has ever said that before, and Yah gave me that, and I went, look, and I saw it in the Word, so it was just that's what attracted me. So was there was things that were being said that I hadn't heard anywhere else, and that the Ruach had given those into me, had put those into me. Anyway, Mark, thank you for today, and thank you for Shabbat, everybody.
Oh, okay. Anybody else got anything they want to share? Or?
Mom and I are gonna go
just
ahead
to
and take.
mention that we appreciate Ike and her also.
Everybody have a great rest of your Shabbat. Mom and I are gonna go get some lunch like always. Get some nourishment.
What's on the menu, Tad?
I don't know yet. Maybe
Okay.
maybe taco soup.
Ah, cool. That's good. Is that? Oh, I haven't had that in a long time.
But it's already it's leftovers, so we're not cooking anything.
That's even better because it seasons a little. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
So
Awesome.
everybody have a great rest of your Shabbat. I hope y'all find a way to get closer to our Creator today, and we'll see you next time.
Indeed.
Love y'all.
All righty then. Anybody else?
I think we're gonna cut out also. Phyllis, hope you feel better tomorrow, and
Thank
we'll
you.
keep praying for you.
Thank you. I'm getting pretty tired, Mark.
Yeah, Raul, before you disappear, how about taking us out with the priestly
Yeah, let me get
blessing,
it real
brother?
quick.
This was a
Feel better
long stuff.
quickly, Phyllis.
Thank you.
4 hours and 30 minutes or so it took to get through chapter 8. You believe that?
And thank Roll. Tell Yami thank you so much for your support.
She's right here. She's hearing.
I love you.
We
Thank
love
We
you.
love you.
Okay.
Okay. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, This is how you bless the children of Israel. Say to them, Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Love you.
Love you guys.
Yahuwah. Love you guys.
Love you, Mark.
Love
Bye.
you.
See you next week.
Bye bye.
He loves you too.